Hello, hello. Oh, who just jumped in?
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Oh.
How are you?
Uh, I'm good. How are you?
Good. We're gonna we're gonna watch a little.
What?
Destiny's doing some TikTok debating, and it is some pretty crazy shit. So we're gonna watch a little bit of that.
Sweet.
Yep.
Jeremy's just trying to find some earbud.
Nice, nice. Nope, that is my channel, not Destiny's channel. Oh, there we go.
Where's Captain Mika?
Captain Mika is right here. Are you guys watching my stream?
I'm just in the stream.
Realistically, I
What do you
hope
call
not.
this?
But I think Russia's
Discord
probably going to
voice
gain some
channel.
territory.
Yeah,
out of
so
this,
you're
and I
gonna
think
if you're gonna
definitely
want
from
to
me.
see
I
my
think that's just,
camera, you're
gonna
gonna want to
happen,
pull up my stream
sadly
on
enough.
Kick as
So I
well.
don't think it's realistic saying, "Oh, Ukraine
Okay.
has to get all their
Yeah.
land back," like even prior to 2013.
And then you can watch
Like, I
along
don't think that's a
as well
realistic
with what I'm watching.
scenario that we live in.
Well, prior to 2013, I hadn't lost anything yet. But I think that, I
Oh,
mean, the whole
no.
point of Trump.
There's gonna be a little bit of lag. Hey, bud!
Influence world events and make things happen. And now we're talking about.
There's gonna be a little bit of lag. Hey, bud! Oh, that is my YouTube stream echoing, so I can have my chat pop out my YouTube chart.
What's it called? Okay.
Okay. Oh, hello.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Are we getting an echo?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Cool. Hey,
Sweet,
hello.
sweet, bro.
Yeah, brah. How are you?
Bro, I'm good. How are you?
All right.
I'm lovely. Well, no, I'm not lovely. The Supreme Court royally pissed me off today.
Oh, I haven't really read that yet, but I saw a headline.
It's really bad, buddy. It's really bad.
It's about exactly what I expected, Bob.
I did not expect this. I'm gonna be honest. And guys, I don't say this very often. Casper's about to celebrate this in chat. I already know. I was fucking wrong. I was hella wrong. Hi, Casper. No, don't clip it. Fuck you.
He clipped it.
All right, so we've had a request from Jeremy and Ashley for the Meekster. Come on over here. Come on over here, baby girl. Are you guys you're watching my stream now?
Yes.
I am not.
It's on my screen. You know what?
So yeah, there's a little delay, but Mwah. This is my girl right here.
There she is. Oh,
Mm.
such a good baby.
She's a big girl. Casper, we have Mika content. Free Mika content. You didn't even have to pay any chat points for it.
Why is it doing it twice?
Because there's a delay.
Scratchers.
There we go.
What is
Oh,
this
good
video?
girl.
Look at how happy this girl is. You want a peanut? Yeah, you want a peanut. You say please. Say please. Good girl. Give me your paw. Good paw.
Oh.
Yep.
Mhm.
Girl. Alright, go
Oh my
ahead,
gosh.
Meeks. We're gonna watch some Destiny for a little bit. No, she did clip it! Oh my god! Oh my god. Everybody's gonna love this. Do you know who's really gonna love this? Candy. Candy is gonna love this.
What?
Go ahead.
This, I guess?
They clipped. She clipped me saying I was wrong.
Nice browser.
Yeah. Unbelievable. She's gonna hold that one over my head for a long time. I already know. So Casper, I don't know if you've met these two. I went to high school with Jeremy. You also met another one of our high school friends. You guys know who that is.
Ryan?
Yes.
Ah.
Casper says, "Hi, Jeremy."
Hello, Casper.
Oh, she gave you guys a heart. You got a heart.
Oh my god.
I need to log in.
Yeah, log in.
And then yeah, make sure you guys have headphones on so we can watch this together and it doesn't echo in the background, y'all.
What are we watching?
We are watching Destiny argue with. Are you guys? I should ask this before saying it. Are you guys okay or not okay with the R word for stupid people?
Word, so I'm good.
I don't say it, but I don't get, like,
You don't get offended?
my feelings hurt. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna watch him argue with retards from TikTok.
The bad kinds.
Ryan is. I don't think Ryan is here right now, Casper.
And it's
Well,
unsustainable.
I'm not talking
for
about that,
China.
but I'm just saying in terms of beneficial for trade for
Alright,
us.
so
It makes
here
our
we
shit
go.
always cheap for us, right?
That's fun.
Well, yeah, but it also detriments your
Yeah,
citizens,
these.
and it
So
gets-
I was watching a little bit of this before I got on, before I started my stream,
it
and
detriments their citizens.
Okay.
goodness,
But we're
it's
talking
bad.
about Americans, right?
Yeah, Casper, that's okay. You go ahead and if you want to pay more attention to Destiny's chat, because she's also a mod over there. You feel free to do that. Obviously,
fortifying a lot of their larger industries. Like,
obviously his chat is kind of a lot crazier than mine.
Alibaba
I can
and
handle.
this-
No! Oh my God, Casper!
undercutting profit margins.
Oh my God, she just posted the "I was wrong."
No matter what, but, you know,
Oh, you owe me like a call now because you did that,
Realized.
and we haven't talked in a long time. So you owe me a phone call or a Discord call.
I
Later.
was-
They have golden shares and all these
Um,
major companies. It's like we're buying
Goodness.
consumer goods and they're fortifying their fucking consumer discretion.
Oh.
okay.
All right,
Can you hear
so
me?
yes, I can hear
Buy
you.
stuff from them and buy
Just
from
gotta
them.
switch
yeah,
over to
I
laundry
can-
real quick, and she was planning to join. Oh, she might join us, and she's just so there.
But the problem is that their leadership is showing
All right, so I'm gonna turn this up a little bit,
stuff, right?
and we're all gonna watch this together, okay?
That would require a pretty extensive and a pretty deep multilateral trade agreement, right? Because it wouldn't just be enough to buy stuff from Thailand
Okay.
or Vietnam or
Okay.
whatever. We would have to guarantee that we're buying it from them and they're not simply just drop shipping us from China as well, right?
I'm
this
so
would
glad you
require
guys are
pretty
here.
intricate, complex
So
trade
glad
deal.
y'all
This
are
administration
here.
has shown us
The-
not completely
my
inadequate at
stream is,
negotiating
like,
anything.
Changed a lot since the last time you were here. There's a lot more people that come in now. It's a good time.
Currency
Yeah, there's more
to,
references, too.
because
That's
they were
cool.
cheaper.
Oh yeah.
And there's not a lot of
We
incentive
have
a-
because if they're
we
just gonna
have a
drop
lot
shipping
of
to
very
another
much
country
fun.
and selling it to the U.S. or other countries. like what's the
I
point?
think the last time like
We
you
just
guys
gotta
were
start
on
trying to
here, I was
devalue
getting
the
what,
currency,
like
allows
4,
them to
5,
export
6,
cheaper to
7
other countries.
viewers or whatever at any time. Now like
Yeah,
I'm
but like
solidly over
okay,
20
that's a dumb thing to
viewers
say.
every
That's a dumb
stream.
thing to
Sometimes
say.
I go over
Okay.
40
Okay. Well, I'm just
viewers
saying that, like,
of
let's
people
say that-
watching.
Yeah,
Like
okay.
we've
Everything
grown.
you're saying
Yeah.
is true, and that
Mhm.
us buying China is
Excellent.
building a boat
Alright.
is gonna be
As
good
you,
time.
as you
Let's
of
say that I
course
took
will.
all of that to be
Yeah.
true, and I wanted to do something to curb
Well,
that
I
by
try.
empowering other
It's
trading
good time.
partners.
Manifest.
Something that bodes poorly,
Yeah.
we can't
And then there's a
empower,
bunch of people
like,
in
our
this
two
chat
largest
right
trading
here
partners
right
to the
now
north
who
and
are
south
probably
of us.
going to jump
Today,
over
Trump just
here
tweaked out that we're done
as soon as
negotiating
he
with Canada.
finishes up.
If we can't even figure out a deal with Canada, you really think we're going to be figuring out complex deals with Vietnam?
No, but we've been so nice to the Canadians.
So right now
since,
he's
like, the
arguing with
Clinton
TikTokers,
administration.
no?
Yep.
How have we been so nice to? No, that's not true at all. The
Yes,
last
it
trade
is.
deal. Do you know who crafted the last trade deal that we had with Canada?
Trump.
Was it Bill Clinton?
Trump did.
It was Donald Trump.
It was Donald Trump.
Oh, well, that doesn't count. That doesn't count.
The
Let's talk about how
USMCA.
they've
What do you mean
been
that doesn't count?
of us for,
What do you mean that doesn't count?
Problem, right? Yeah, that's not good,
No,
right? So
no, no,
the
no.
two biggest people that we had that we renegotiated. Now you want to bring up NAFTA, but Trump renegotiated NAFTA to the U.S. Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement. and now he says
USMCA,
it's the worst
exactly.
deal ever, and now we can't even renegotiate anything with it, even though he negotiated this deal 5 years ago. Why would anybody even want to negotiate with Trump? And nobody's negotiated with Trump.
Oi,
He didn't negotiate ceasefires with Hamas. They broke that. He wasn't able to negotiate a nuclear deal with
come on, give
able
us
to
better
negotiate
quality.
any trade deals with any other country, and he can't negotiate anything with Canada. They speak the same language as us. They're right to our north. They're our closest neighbors, and we just had a
And
talk
they're
with them 5
very
years ago, and they had the
polite.
same president.
What'd
We
you
can't
say?
make a deal with them now. Like,
What is
why do we
that
trust
chat
this guy? Like, you have to
versus
admit that he's been an epic
the other
failure
one?
in every conceivable
This
way when it
is
comes to negotiating
Destiny's
trade deals,
chat.
right?
Yep.
Ew, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
The other chat, that's my chat.
So I was on your screen
Gotcha.
and I saw
Thank
you
you.
join. and I
Yep.
just want to talk to you, Destiny.
And a
I'm
lot
a
of
really
people
big
in
fan of yours.
here will be
Okay, well,
popping
everybody,
over
thanks.
here
I'm
when
kind of
they're
everybody.
I love you. Have a good day,
Casper.
Destiny.
Have a great day.
Did
What's up?
Saucy, did you want to continue or no, or were you going to debate?
Oh, Casper,
move
you're
pretty
muted.
Oh, whatever.
Oh,
Yeah, hey,
he's
Saucy.
a happy little emoji.
Hey, Mr.
Hold on,
Spaghetti
mic won't turn on.
Steinberg,
Okay.
Goldstein, sir. My
Hey,
favorite,
what's up? What's up?
my
Noah,
favorite,
Fuentes, Graper, Pepe, XD. How's it going, buddy?
Howdy, my favorite Mossad member. So I wanted
Good,
to,
right?
to give you some statistics.
Oh, and you did.
Right now, there are 66.6 funny number percent of houses have
Yeah.
an outdoor fire pit.
Hi.
And it's
Oh, they're doing the fire pit meme.
by 2030. So it seems like fire pits are becoming more and more common. Therefore, fire pits are normal, and you should get a fire pit and move back to LA and be with Daddy Newtham.
So I read that. I know the study that you're referencing, the ones that were done by I think it was Fire Pits R Us.
Fire
and
Pits
the point
R
of
Us.
study is
That
what
was
they
a
do
little
is they count
cringe,
every single
tiny.
apartment unit as a household, and if the entire apartment building has one fire pit outside, they automatically assign fire pits to every single household. So that study's actually complete total BS. It's been debunked completely.
Oh my
by,
god.
Pools
So
R
this
Us,
is a
actually. They did a
reference to
response
some other
review to it,
shit from
and less than 10%
his
of,
podcast.
units in the United States have access to a fire pit. So I'm sorry.
Wouldn't those people who have access to the fire pit through a apartment complex all technically have a fire pit, though, even though it's not their own? It's a communal fire
No,
pit.
because apartments have restricted severely access to them because people that live in apartments and use fire pits usually roast their babies.
Casper's having trouble with
Therefore,
the mic.
shouldn't they all be mortgageoids, not rentazoids?
No, they'll never be supreme and glorious enough to ever have their own mortgages, and they'll be stuck renting, and they'll be stuck with their mortgages forever. Fuck, never mind. Get this guy out of here.
Thank you, man. Love you.
Love you too. Okay, I got time for one more. Give me pick a good one.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
What are we watching?
Destiny,
This is
Destiny,
Destiny debating TikTokers.
I'm so
I-
pro Israel. If you want, go.
Oh, I got you.
Brian,
Can you hear it?
Parker and Dean, they
No.
have an excuse because they're young. They have a prefrontal
do you have
cortex that's
headphones
not quite
in?
developed enough. You're in your mid
Yeah.
30s.
Oh,
How the
that's
fuck are you
fine.
still a
Thank you.
liberal?
Yeah, put headphones in and then
How-
unmute
how-
I don't know,
my
I gotta
stream.
use that. I use
Thank
my
you.
whole brain. I'm
You
gonna use all the
betcha.
parts of your brain all together, and you think about things. It's pretty hard to be a Trump supporter.
No, it's really not. When you realize that
I
your
don't
Trump
have your
became
stream muted.
the net energy
I
exporter
don't
for
hear
the
it.
first time in 50
Oh,
years.
oh,
We
I'm a
had
dumbass.
Lowest unemployment rate in 50
No,
years.
wait, no, I'm not a
He brought,
dumbass.
the official poverty rate to the lowest it's ever been. in
Casper,
history.
can you hear my
Like, He
stream?
brought over 4 million people out of poverty in 2019 alone. How the fuck can anybody be a liberal these days?
Wait, oh, that's why.
I mean, when Donald Trump
Yeah.
had massive deficit spending,
You should be
and
able to hear
lowered
it.
our budget, which
Yeah.
is the same thing that he accused Democrats
What
of doing.
happened?
I don't really see anything very impressive
Okay.
about that. Yeah, you can bring a lot of people out of poverty, and you can give a lot of money away for free if you cut
Cosmic! Hey, bud.
And you add a whole bunch.
This
debt and
was
deficit,
this.
so,
I know. Oh my gosh, I
don't
can
think
hear
it's very
myself.
impressive Under Trump 1,
That was my
Trump
bad.
2, everything has been an utter and complete disaster.
You have
so far.
headphones, right? Oh,
We were
Puggy's
the exporter under Biden. Biden was
here.
able to bring unemployment even lower than Trump.
Gotta say hi to
I don't know.
Puggy.
I don't know why I would give Trump credit for any of this.
7% inflation.
Yeah, for a part, there was this thing called COVID. It happened.
Yep. And if it wasn't for COVID, Trump would have had a
How's it going, bud?
1984 Reagan-style map.
What? I mean, come on. This is. Oh, I know you hate slop.
I think Trump-
So Cosmic
Trump-
absolutely hates slop,
Yeah, the economy was booming.
and
They
we're
did massive
watching
deficit
slop
spending.
right now
You acknowledge that Trump spent like
because this is
crazy, right?
absolutely garbage. These
Yes.
debaters are terrible,
Okay, then
and
why
you're
are you
bringing
bragging
up
about his
awful
economy?
points. But it was just too
Because
good
it
to
was
pass
great. I
up,
mean,
good
at the
buddy.
end
Yeah,
We
because
won't be.
his
We'll
deficit
just be
spending
on
was
until
crazy. If
you know for a
if you
little
give a
while
ton of
until
money
he's
and you cut
done.
all
You
the
know.
taxes and you keep giving the money, of course the economy's gonna go crazy.
Oh, you were in the
Wages
TikTok
are
live.
raised inflation for the first time in like 20 years.
Yeah, because he got to cut off any of the negative impacts of all of his deficit spending. By
Cosmic,
having
so
COVID
this
jokes
is,
and blaming all of
Jeremy
the
and
next problems
Ashley.
like COVID.
They're awesome
Hello.
people.
I mean,
In,
that's
like,
what Biden
every
people are doing. They're blaming
way,
everything on COVID
shape,
as
or
well.
form.
So, I mean,
Give
at
them
the
a
end
little
of the day,
wave.
if the election would have
okay.
been November 2019, it would have been a complete blowout.
How dare you?
Oh, if my grandma would have had wheels instead of legs,
How
she
dare
would've
you
been a
diss yourself
bicycle.
like that?
Yeah, I hear you.
How dare you?
I mean,
Do you think my form or my
No,
shape
it's just
is
like
better?
people say Trump lies. Like, yeah, every politician.
Did you hear
lies,
that?
But the left lies about Trump way more than Trump lies.
No.
Oh, we got spam in the chat. Spam in the chat.
Freaking much. You guys hate.
Wait, listen here. Listen.
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you? That's my soundboard. It's Greta. Okay, Cosmic asks for both of your opinions. Here we go. It's about to get spicy. Best movie ever made. Go.
The best one?
In your opinion.
Oh,
And be prepared for Cosmic to give you a facepalm because he doesn't like anything.
I like Shutter Island.
Shutter Island's a good film. There it is. There's your facepalm.
I need like a category.
You said what?
I need a category.
Category. Ooh.
Best what kind of movie?
I think he just means generally. Sci-fi. Ooh.
Best sci-fi movie.
He says, I love Shutter Island. He was just giving you a hard time because I was clowning on him a little bit.
Oh
You know
my
that thing where-
goodness, I was worried about your opinion.
Ooh, spicy. I love it. Oh, man.
I think I
That was
love
awesome.
you.
Oh, Ashley, you remember earlier I told you about the Ben, I showed you that Ben Shapiro video, right? Of the Cardi B, the WAP.
Right.
Right.
Wet ass P word.
It's on my soundboard. I've got a lot of really good ones on here. Let's see. What's some of the good ones?
You have to watch that, Jeremy.
Yeah, dude, you really do. It's so funny. Let's see. What do we got? Let me pick a good one here. We've got this is my
How do you do the thing when somebody spells something wrong?
Okay, so Cosmic, just for demonstrations, please make a typo in the chat.
Okay, I've
They
decided.
already did.
My favorite sci-fi movie is The Matrix.
Yo, that's my favorite movie, period. I feel like you already knew this because it was that when we were in high school, too.
Oh man, I remember watching that in TOK.
Wow, they showed it in TOK? Based. So based.
Yeah.
Who was the TOK teacher? Because I never had TOK. Where's your pinned message? It's there. It's pinned at the top. What do you mean?
I had Mr. Bassnight.
You have Mr. Bassnight? Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, you motherfucker. He did that on purpose. All right, here we go. Here comes the demonstration.
Yay.
Boom. Got it. It doesn't matter. It's for demonstration. Because she asked, what's the proper format for fucking on it, for like trolling someone on a typo? And I guess you spell, I'm unfamiliar with the word, but I'm assuming you spelled it right. But it still can be used for demonstration. All right, here we go. Here it comes. This is the proper format. I don't even know the word. I've never heard the word before.
So, what do you guys think of the movie City of God?
City of God?
Yeah.
I've heard good things.
You haven't seen it?
No, I have not.
Oh my gosh, you should watch it.
Okay.
It's about Rio de Janeiro.
Yeah, I think I've heard. Like I said, I've heard a lot of good things about it. It was a bit tortured, Cosmic says.
Tortured by like, what did someone like? It was torturing to watch.
Wait for like the movie Crash. Oh, he's being critical. I am so surprised that Cosmic is being critical that I'm not surprised at all.
How does that make sense?
It doesn't make sense. No, it makes sense.
How?
In a
Explain
roundabout way.
How?
Because
I got like 2 months worth of Sasper built up.
Sasper! I've been waiting for Sasper. I don't know. It's not. You're right.
Okay.
It just sounded funny.
So I was right, and you were.
Oh my god, another one! We got more spam in the chat. More spam!
Oh,
2
no.
spams.
No.
There we go. Casper on it. Love it. Casper, MVP mod. What were you going to say?
You said I was right, and you were.
Wrong?
And now you have to say the whole thing.
Why? So you can clip me again?
That's exactly why.
No, I think that's
How'd
good
you know?
enough. I think that's good enough.
I'm surprised you didn't delete that off of Discord. I didn't press at all, so I just responded.
I'm not going to... listen, I am in favor of free speech, okay? I support free speech. Even if it's clowning on me. It is your right as my audience to give me shit.
Wow, you should be president.
I stand for free speech for all Americans. Yeah, let's go. How about Roma by Cuarón? I think he's asking you, Jeremy.
Let me see if I've seen that.
What did you say, Casper?
I have not seen that movie.
Yeah, Alfonso Cuarón. I know... Wait. Let me double check that this was him.
Oh!
Yeah. Gravity.
No, never mind.
Oh, I've seen Y tu mamá también. That was pretty good as well.
Wait, is Roma the one that was on Netflix about the maid in Mexico?
I do not know. I have not seen it.
Yeah, that movie was amazing. I'm sure it still is amazing.
No.
Oh, he's giving you the Pepe praying.
Thank you, Pepe.
That's a sign of approval.
Yeah, no,
So
that
top
movie was
marks.
so good. Like everything from the opening sequence to the last scene.
Quite good, huh?
Yeah.
I loved it. It was both personal and huge. Huge.
Yeah.
It was huge. So big. So great.
Gonna be huge.
Why am I giving Mercedes the free view? What do you mean? Tiny? Destiny?
Yeah, so you're actually watching through Mercedes, the chick in the hat, I think?
No, this
Oh.
is... I'm on
Watching on
Tiny's
her
stream.
Oh, no, you're on Tiny's stream.
Yeah,
Tiny's
yeah.
watching
Yeah.
Mercedes. My bad, my bad.
Mm-hmm. She's all right, though. She's not that bad. I've seen way worse than her. This one's
No,
okay.
she's actually pretty... She's
Oh.
Mercedes is pretty good. I actually follow her. Some of her... She just turned anti-Trump, like, probably
Yeah.
right before the election.
Yeah, so she's not fallen into, like, the crazy, far lefty sphere.
or she's did what I did and rubber band all the way to far left, and then kind of like finally
and then
made
just
her
correct
back.
it a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like she was like the only person who was like pushing back on the insane microaggression mumbo jumbo.
Yeah. She's not. I mean, from what I've seen of her, she's not that.
Oh, you mean this talk? It's muted. I have it muted on my end, Ashley. That's why you can't hear it. So you can hear it if I click this.
This makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. What were you saying, Casper?
Oh, nothing. I was just muting myself so you wouldn't get the echo.
Echo. Okay. Oh, wait. All 4 of you are here. Okay, so I was talking to Ashley about this. I would like this crew of 4, if you guys are down.
Woo! Yes.
To be the BG3 crew.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Sweet.
No.
We never finished that game.
I
Oh,
was
I
like
loved
this.
it.
Yeah, and we can all play co-op as a crew, and then we can maybe do it like once a week, and I can add a weekend day for my streams for us to do that.
Let's go.
Do we like
Sounds
this?
great.
Are we on board with this, Casper? Is that agreeable?
Are you saying a weekend day?
I was the first.
like
I was the
when-
first one who said yes.
Well, I mean for the like the day, a weekend day. Jeremy, what were you
Yep.
saying?
We will probably be inconsistent if it's every weekend because we do lots of stuff in the summer.
But aim
Okay.
for once a week.
Yeah, we'll aim for once a week. We don't have to do it every week, but then I can at least add a weekend day to like my streaming schedule. I don't know if I'll be consistent on that. We'll see to start, but because my consistent days are Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But we'll see.
Yeah, but once you get to Act 3, you can do a lot on your own, just exploring and talking to people.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And is there like a stream friendly switch in it? There's got to be, right?
Yeah, there's like show no nudity and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
And you can if one of your companions, one of us, have a spicy scene with a companion or something,
Right.
you can not watch it. Like you don't have to watch it.
Right. Okay.
Look away.
Indeed.
You shout "look away" on your stream, or you
Look
cover.
away.
It
counts.
Cool. That'll be fun. Yeah, I haven't played since like they first implemented Act 3, so I know it's changed so much. Oh yeah, Cosmic, it's super spicy.
Wait, what? They added a whole other act?
No, they like updated a lot for Act 3, and because like when I played it, it was like the original endings and stuff, and they've like changed and added a lot, so it's even better. Because when I played, Act 3 was probably like the most rushed of the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's just better.
Yeah, it's just better.
There's like a super ultra evil ending now. You get a little bit more of a backstory there. There's more endings if you choose different options. I'm trying not to like spoil anything for people who haven't played it. What else? They didn't do much with Will's character, but they added more subclasses. For
Well, Will
Paladin
kind of.
and
I'm gonna be honest. Will kind of sucks. I don't like him very much.
He's like the most non-fleshed out character.
Yeah, he's kind of boring.
And it kind of pissed me off because he's so like pure. He's like the purest character of them all.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of sucks. I'm like, you could have at least made Prince Charming like actually fleshed out.
Like actually charming.
Yeah.
Oh, they added Swarm Keeper Ranger and Circle of Stars Druid. That's awesome.
See,
And
this would be
Drunken
dope
Monk.
because after like all this time of us wanting to play D&D together again, we'll actually kind of get to do that.
In a more ADHD friendly way.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank goodness.
How
do you It's only BG3. Yeah, BG3 guys. I haven't played 1 and 2 yet. So
Same.
BG3 is incredibly
Yeah,
spicy.
I haven't played 1 and 2 either, but I've heard
I'm okay with that.
the difference in quality of and overall goodness of the game between 1 and 2 and 3 is like big time.
Yeah, 2 is cool, but it is, I don't know, it's bogged down by a lot of things. And the story is not nearly as cool, or the animations.
Dude, why does Tiny keep getting kicked? What is the deal there? About Andromeda. Andromeda is good. I liked Andromeda. Everybody hates on it, but I like those kind of games, so I thought it was good. It was kind of a bummer to me. I was interested in seeing where the story went, and I got really bummed out that we weren't going to get, you know, the rest of that. There were definitely things that could have been better. There could have been more to it, but, man.
Yeah, I would have played more of them.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens with, I guess, are they going to call it, I guess they'll call it 5. I don't know. Unless they call it just, like, forget about Andromeda and call it 4.
I haven't really touched many video games since Baldur's Gate 3 because
Dean is
I just
on?
can't get into it. Who's on?
Dean!
Daniel!
Dean is on!
Oh. Get on there.
Okay, we gotta listen then. Thank you for letting us know, Daniel.
On, like, the
Oh my God, he is!
now,
Okay, here we go.
as if, like, it wasn't just simply
Soy
usage of the term,
boy!
but, like, in so, like, derogatory, like, in a derogatory manner, like, against, like a black individual, which is why the preface is, like important to point out.
Here we
Like,
fucking
your reaction
go.
on live was to be like, oh, well, maybe Z didn't know, like, stop going so.
Oh my
hard.
God, they're talking about Z too, of course.
Oh, wait, I thought, like, I thought we were doing an interruption.
Because you're fucking lying. I'm interrupting.
But when I interrupt you whine about it and say this is what I do to everybody else.
Yeah, because you're lying.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go
You're
ahead.
lying. I never said don't go hard on Z. I just said
Oh,
here's
no.
what happened.
Al-Qarinj.
Z made a mistake. You corrected her. You corrected her. I corrected her. Like what? What is this?
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I told you that I disagree. Now, if you want to, like, continue to rehash events from weeks ago, I mean, feel free. We can, like, debate what we think is, like, true of, like, what you had said in relation to what Z had said. I'm sure that it will be, like, super productive back and forth.
I'll explain this to you guys, like, after. There's a lot of internet drama happening right now.
Now, there's like another interruption. Can we do this
You're leaving the tour
without,
was
like,
unfucking America.
Can we do this without,
Are you proud?
without any interruptions?
You're like, yeah. Well, I just want to know. Do you think you're unfucking America right now? Like you think you?
Well, of
Fucking
course.
America right now? No, I'm fucking stuffing pizza in my mouth, and I'd love to stuff more down it.
Ha, ha, ha,
I
ha,
don't hear people like
ha, 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 ha.
you running from Destiny when I'm just trying to eat dinner.
You are running from Destiny. You went on live saying you wouldn't debate him.
Yeah, I said on live a while ago that I won't have a conversation with him. However, your comments that you made on the stream was in reference to the fact that I was in this stream, and you're acting as if I was running from him right now today, when in all
Get him,
reality,
Destiny.
I'm just trying to eat dinner with my girlfriend.
Get him.
You are if you continuously refuse to talk to somebody.
He tried to say the reason he couldn't debate Destiny was pizza? No fucking way, Daniel. Oh my God.
I do feel like you're running. We had disagreements on the Z stuff. and
Let's
you ran
go!
from me.
I should wait.
Oh my God, we've all been
the
waiting for
preface of The
this.
question that I asked was like specifically in relation
I
to
mean,
this live
pizza's
and the
pretty
fact that
serious.
I don't feel as if I'm
I
running
know,
from
but
him, because I'm
oh
trying to
man,
eat dinner
I'll
with
have
him.
again. I'll have to
Banner,
explain
see
this
on
to
the
you
banner.
after it happens. But
Oh, Dean, you
we've
better
all
get up here.
of us
Get up
in
here.
chat. We've all been waiting for this. No, what happened? Fucking TikTok. What? Why? Why we pause? Why we pause? Okay, come on. Why? Why we pause? Fix it. All right, maybe we jump down to 720.
So once again, I've literally already reframed this conversation
here we
in
go.
a way that would hopefully make sense to you, insofar as what you said. What you said on this live was that I'm actively running from Destiny.
Dean says
because I was listening to
insofar
the debates.
way too
Okay,
much.
yes, I was totally running from Destiny while I was in my car going to pick up some pizza. You know what?
Damn commie CCP app. Oh my God, Ashley! You found the emote!
Playing Fortnite on your fucking couch. You still would say, I will not debate
You
Destiny
found the
because
my
I'm not
face
here."
emote.
Oh, okay. So you're basically saying that the
Is that
reason
true?
that I'm running wasn't because
Yeah.
I'm busy, but it's rather because if I wasn't busy,
It's pretty awesome.
well,
It
then I
is.
wouldn't talk to him. And I'll just say the same thing.
You're so official now.
My grandma didn't have legs and had you know, wheels instead. She would have been a bicycle. So, I mean, I don't know, but like I guess like the framing that I was like running from Destiny, like during this live.
This has been a
debate,
long
in the
time
sense
coming.
That, you know,
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
and then for whatever reason, whoever's hosting the live, they automatically assume because Dean will not like give them their undivided attention and join the live right now and just, you know, stop whatever he's doing and have a conversation. That therefore Dean is a runner, right? I guess that's like the reason I came up here because that's exactly what you had said, right? The moment before I joined,
Yes.
after I didn't type in the
Bro,
comments,
it's
like,
literally
over 10
because
minutes.
everyone
I
was
like, I
telling you
seriously
that
listening.
Destiny wanted to debate you and you would
I
never
didn't say
agree to
anything
it.
about you before the comments started.
It doesn't have to
saying
do
that
with
you
you
were here
fucking
and that you
eating
should-
pizza
you were provoked by the
tonight,
comments?
Yes,
okay?
I saw the comments and I said, hey, if Dean's in here, then we should have him up.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, you were not like, hey, if Dean's in here, we should have him up. You're like, no, I find it funny that Dean is...
What are you guys giggling
I
about?
I didn't fucking say any of that. The thing that I said was funny is that
Okay, why are you lying
like
now?
Nick
I mean,
fucking Fuentes.
why are you like trying to
Pull
change
the
what
live
you
clip.
said?
I'm giggling about
Let's just
life.
pull the live clip.
Yeah, for sure. Like the
You're
like,
clapping.
the
It
takeaway
was
from what you
great.
said was
Oh.
like, oh, Dean's in here. I wonder if he'll come up. No, the takeaway from what you said was
True,
like, Dean debated Nick
Casper,
Fuentes, why won't
100%.
he debate Destiny?
Yeah, that's
you know,
weird.
like, related
That's
to the
weird.
idea that Dean's running from Destiny,
You'll
etc.
debate a
And now
neo-Nazi,
my
but you
fucking
won't
pizza's
debate a
getting
fucking
cold.
liberal.
Oh, and now my pizza's getting cold. Oh.
Yeah, you'll debate a neo-Nazi, but you won't debate a liberal. I found that weird.
Okay, once again,
I mean,
one thing
look,
I'm
since
looking...
you're here, look, you've spent how much time on this panel now, and you won't talk
More
to
time
us.
than I
Wait,
want to.
wait, I'm curious. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
What
Yes.
happened at dinner that made me
Here
such
we
a
go.
horrible person?
Well,
Oh,
I wouldn't say it
fight
was
him!
necessarily like the sit-down conversation that we had. I mean, for the most part of it, I actually enjoyed the conversation that we had. I would say it's like more that I learned about you, from like in proximity to like your streams, maybe some of the things that had happened before in the streams, a better understanding of like your.
So he
like,
lied
your, like,
before
what beliefs
then.
you hold to be the case, like what you think is like best for the country, for the world. I don't know if like horrible person is what I'd say. I mean, I just think that you have like definitely some takes that I think are like pretty deplorable.
That is not the
Like,
way
I'm
that
curious,
you
what is my
characterized
most
it before,
deplorable
bro.
take? We don't have to dive into everything. I'm just curious. What is my most deplorable take?
Like off the top of my head, like a couple things that like you find to be.
Is it gonna be
things that,
Israel
like,
Or just
Palestine?
the number one thing. It's the number one, the most deplorable thing.
Is it gonna be
I don't know
Israel
if I'd be able to
Palestine?
like rank one on the spot. I mean, I'd probably say like some comments, beliefs as it relates to Israel.
Yep.
And then maybe like the usage of like particular words.
Called it.
What's like the most deplorable comment I made about Israel? Or, like the most deplorable opinion I have about Israel?
Here we go. Here we
I'm
go.
sure, like if I were to like go like pull up, like
He doesn't have any.
Very-
Oh
I'm
my
not
god.
asking for like a clip. It's not like a make a syllogism of all the things. I'm just curious. Like, what is your impression? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and ask you to pull a quote from me. I'm genuine. I'm just curious. What is the?
He doesn't even have an answer.
I mean, I feel like I've kind of gotten the takeaway from your comments on your comments, etc., content, etc. That I'm pretty pro-Israel. You know, Israel's in the right, Palestine's in the wrong. We need to continue to be allies with Israel. You know, what the hell is a conditional allyship? We should continue to send them money, guns, bombs, etc. Continue to kill the Palestinians, provoke Iran, create more.
Can you give us some
drop
substantive
more bombs,
disagreements,
violations
please?
of like the UN's principles and international law. ICJ sucks, etc. Like I think that there's like kind of like a group of beliefs that I disagree with that I think would have like some negative implications. I think
Oh my god, look at her
But,
majesty.
Have you heard me say anything? Or have you heard other people say I say these things?
That's so funny.
Probably a culmination of both. But if you're gonna ask me for like a specific scenario where like you said one of these things, I want to be able to get into it.
No, like,
Yeah, right?
They do this here. Okay, I was curious.
Yeah, and like so
No.
I don't know, like beliefs as it relates to Israel, and maybe like a couple other things like usage of terms. Like I haven't heard you say this specifically.
Uh-oh. Someone said the F word in
like
chat.
friends say this about you, like I don't know, like
We don't like
necessarily
that.
see, like much of a big deal, like the usage of slurs, and like maybe there's some like derogatory language that you don't really care too much about.
They
There's,
said
like,
the
an
F
element, I
word,
guess.
not
And
the
I feel
fuck
like
word,
there's
the other
probably-
F word.
That's a big section where we disagree with. But I mean, that just is as it relates to like the beliefs that you talk about on live. Maybe like there's like a couple things that you've done like in your personal life that
Dude.
like, would like make you have a bad character.
He is absolutely.
I'm sure there's. Like,
he is absolutely
so
not
like
giving like a specific answer because he knows that he can't actually debate Destiny on it. This is just this guy is 100% audience captured, and he's hating Destiny because he knows his audience needs him to hate Destiny, but he can't actually give any specifics because he doesn't have any. This is ridiculous.
No, I definitely say that Nick Fuentes is worse than Destiny. I mean, anybody that would disagree with that is kind of crazy.
Right. But like you're willing to debate Nick Fuentes, but not Destiny.
You know, in retrospect, I
Bob Saget.
Nick Fuentes. Like, if I could do it all again, I would probably like save myself like the time and the energy and the effort. Dude, those gripers, they fucking suck. Let me tell you, they're definitely a very hostile fan base.
Bro, speaking of gripers, Daniel.
Yeah.
Am I like late to this party?
Interesting.
Is Nathan like Destiny's son?
Cool. Well,
is he a griper? Did I miss this whole
I
thing?
came up here and I don't really feel like you're too responsive and was just.
Well, you called me weird. You publicly called me weird while all of your followers were in the comments.
Yeah, I did
and then you wouldn't let me address it.
I did think that.
Wait, I'm curious. Wait, I'm curious. Just a quick, random, final question. Do you acknowledge that I've never said that we should call people like racial slurs, but there are other large leftist content creators, I won't say their names, but it rhymes with Asan, that say that it's okay to call people certain racial slurs like Gusano or Cracker?
I mean, maybe we could have a conversation about what a slur is. I don't know if like as it relates like against like white people in general, like Cracker is gonna be a slur. Isn't like that specifically a slur against like Irish immigrants?
I mean, even if it was a slur against Irish,
I just saw that message, Ashley. The incognito mode was his, not mine.
I'm like, based upon like the historical connotation of this of the term, like I do think it was actually used as like a.
That was Destiny's incognito
Irish
mode.
Immigrants, but so like, maybe, like, there's an arguable case there. But as it relates to like the usage in like broader society, I don't know if it like meet my criteria for what I consider to be a slur.
There are no slurs against white people at all. That's not possible.
I think that like the broader takeaway.
He hit that quick.
You know, like what your question was as it relates to Hassan. I mean, I don't think that like Hassan's like a good dude either. By
good.
Wow.
Wow.
You know, like I think that.
Dean, you're in trouble. Your audience is gonna eat you for saying that.
I'm not a fan of Destiny. This must mean that I'm a fan of Hassan. Now, like, I think I've had like some civil discourse with him, but there's definitely also like some facts about him that I disagree with as well. I mean, I made that pretty public.
Yeah,
like,
Dean's fucking himself
and whatnot. And as it relates to your question, same as like not possible like slur white people. Well, I mean, I'd say that like the term cracker probably doesn't meet my criteria for what a slur is, but I'm.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna go.
What about like pasty white boy or redneck or white?
or honky. I mean,
definitely.
Are there
like,
any slurs against white people?
Yeah,
or...
Chicken Dean.
A racial slur.
Turn on your camera.
Sure. We could probably consider there to be like some slurs under like a particular usage of the term. But like, I guess the reason why I'd be maybe against that idea is because when I think of like slur, I think it's something that's like and like enormously wrong, like invoking some like greater sense of oppression against an individual or a group of individuals. And I mean, like,
what is this term? What is this definition of slur
compared to what you do? And maybe
it's just a racially charged term
the term slur in relation
used to refer to a specific race of people.
It's because I don't think
like,
it would fit like a particular
in a negative in like a negative context
of, like,
or
being
like what
racist or anything and like the harm that it would generate. But I mean, like, I could definitely
cracker is a slur. That doesn't mean it's as bad as the N-word.
They're generally wealthy,
but it's still a
slur.
slur.
Don't experience like massive societal oppression or anything. And in the U.S., there are like no slurs against Jewish people.
Well, I mean, I think that there definitely is slurs that exist against Jewish people. I mean, I could bring a couple off the top of my head.
Good.
Why would they be slurs if they have like majority power status in the U.S.? They're not
being oppressed
by any systems or laws or people.
Sure, I'll answer this question. However, after I answer this
Thank
question...
you, Casper. That was what I was trying to say.
It's cold, but I mean, I'll like give you the credit of answering the question before I head off. Like the reason
he's trying to run, dude. Maybe like he's trying to get out of here so bad. Oh my god.
Jewish individuals, but not like cracker as a slur against white individuals, is because like like the origins of the term was definitely like used as like an incredibly oppressive term to like further the dehumanization of like Jewish individuals, and like aided and abetted and like their systemic
nuclear.
I mean,
yes.
as it like the term cracker, you know, like what's like the historical usage of the term as it related to some like greater system of oppression to like systemically slaughter white
Cucky McCuckerson Dean.
Is systemic slaughter the baseline for when you consider a thing a slur or not?
I don't know if it's going to be necessary, but in this sense, it would be sufficient. And like, I just don't know.
Should
if,
I
like,
be able to
any other,
call?
like,
What about like
sufficient
African
evidence
immigrants?
that
Should I be able to call
doesn't
African? Should I be able to call African immigrants the N-word as long as I don't use the N-word against like African Americans? Like, because I'm Nigeria or Kenya, like these aren't like African American slaves in the United States. Is it okay against them since they have a different background and that word wasn't used to like systematically oppress and slave those specific nationalities? Or
I did tell you that I was going to head off after the last.
Oh my god! Oh dude! Oh no! So cringe!
If that makes any sense. So I mean, yeah, as it like relates to usage of like the N-word. So like, yes, this is going to like be sufficient.
Bro, this is so bad. Oh no!
Inside of America. However, like I'm sure that there's like various other.
He is square. Oh my god, dude! His brain is like racing. Like, okay, how do I answer this without Destiny destroying me and simultaneously, you know, still remain completely cucked to the audience that I'm 100% captured by? How? How do I do it?
It might even.
How do I do it?
It might even be useful to like have more critical dialogue on like why you know like. Words are slurs.
How is this the future of our party, guys? How?
And why, like, large groups of people shouldn't use these words regardless of the context or intent. And the reason why I'd say that would be beneficial is because I do feel like, for the most part, a lot of
I'm so sad. Oh no! Why right now? Very indeed, Daniel. Oh, this is rough, dude. This is a rough showing by Dean. Yikes. Man, and you guys are watching this like without any context of all of the background here. This must be like, what is even going on? Jeremy and Ashley, I mean.
Yes.
Yeah. There's a whole thing, and I'm gonna explain it to you as soon as this is done. But yeah, we've definitely been waiting for this showdown. Cosmic says it's good you don't know. Yeah, you would be better off, but you know now we're dragging you into the shit.
I don't know what
so.
the running norms are on this platform, so I'll delegate that to other people. And I'm just sitting here in the corner. I don't know what the running norms are on this platform, so I'll delegate that to other people. And I'm just sitting here.
Yeah, now I have to know.
Yeah, you're going to. It's a doozy.
Can kind of be a mutual agreement here. Is like I'm fine with saying, okay, look, you finally talked to Destiny, you're no longer running or whatever. As long as you're gonna stop this thing about like calling my defensive Z weird and then, you know, not letting me respond to it.
Yes.
And then having your fan base like call me.
Hold his feet to the fire, please.
I think that's a little bit hypocritical.
What's that word they always like to say? Accountability. Have some accountability, Dean.
Saying, you know, when you're holding one standard that you're also not going to apply to yourself.
So what's the standard?
Oh my god, TikTok.
The standard was making a claim about me and not letting me address it, and then calling me a runner when I said, hey, we can't talk right this second, but we could talk in a future time.
Wait, even the two things that you just said contradicted themselves, because you said
so we don't like
oh god,
that I made a claim against
no,
you
we
and
don't
didn't
like
you address it, but on the
Dean has disappointed
like,
us greatly.
Runner, that's because you told me that you wanted to talk to me. I was like, okay, I'm gonna let you address these things. Let's have a conversation, and then you backed out. So.
I gave you, okay, hold on, that's not me backing out. I gave you the exact reason. Do you remember the reason?
What'd you say?
Just sing a song about Dean.
Oh.
Debaters on TikTok, and they always think that I'm running from them because I'm not coming up to debate them.
We don't talk about
Dean. That's exactly
what
you did
we
to me,
don't
was I
talk
said,
about
we
Dean.
can talk about this now. I talked with the rest of the
I
people
love
on
that
the panel.
movie.
They said, hey, no, we don't want to talk to Dean right now. And, you know, I had further discussion with them, and they
Encanto.
said,
yeah.
actually, you know what, it's fine. Maybe have Dean
So
on.
good.
10, 15 minutes.
Daniel says there's
and
so
you
much
said,
gaping
you know,
he's
no,
gonna
I
need
can't debate.
depends.
Oh, okay. Well, there's the additional context. You didn't run.
Okay, look, so that's fine. Look, I won't call you a runner. Don't call me a runner.
No.
And don't call me a weirdo publicly. Without,
Oh,
like,
boy.
talking
I definitely don't take back the weird comments, but I will take back the
Oh.
comment, giving the additional context. You just
Have some
I
accountability,
gave you
Dean.
the I gave you that context initially, but that's That's neither here nor there.
Hey, Dean,
That's from
I'm
what
just
initiative?
wondering,
B
do you
word.
think it's weird
Yeah.
that you're not trying to build electoral power when we have Trump in office right now?
I think it's weird that I'm not trying to build electoral power.
Wait, you don't think that that's weird?
No, I just repeated the question that you asked me.
Oh.
I'm glad that you know.
Oh god, I got
Okay,
myself trapped
good.
in a conversation. Jesus. My pizza is officially cold, and I didn't even get around.
Oh
didn't
no!
get around
Oh,
to
poor
seeing
guy.
this.
How can you worry about the temperature of your pizza while there's a
no.
genocide going on, Dean?
You don't think
How
that
dare
you don't
you?
think that that's like a little bit of a privileged take?
So I wouldn't say that it's weird that I'm not like delegating a lot of my focus to like a very specific task to build electoral power. On one hand, I'd say like doing so.
Oh my god, fucking TikTok, dude. Why does this keep happening?
Been like
Mika's dreaming.
ground up
Twitching over
into investment in like electoral power. Like I'd say just because like I have like particular interests.
Have
that
some
other
conviction,
people,
Hassan
like,
voice.
in the
Yeah.
political ecosystem don't have.
Let me see
That
the
is a little
baby.
weird. Like I'm pretty sure that
The
like
baby?
a,
Well,
like
she's
a
sleeping.
functioning political ecosystem on the left would
All
like,
right.
include like a
You know
diversity
what?
of interests.
I will wake her up just for you.
Such as like
Mika.
a group of people over here like focusing on.
Oh, that's kind of rude.
On electoral power.
Don't you
It's
think?
okay.
And a group of
She'll
people
fall
over
right
here
back
that
asleep.
are, like, focusing on trying
Come
to
here, baby
convince
girl.
Thank
people
you.
on the other
Okay,
side
it's
of the
not
aisle
rude
that they're
anymore.
wrong. Then maybe like a third group of people.
Well, it
focusing on
is.
Educational content. And maybe like a fifth group of people focusing. Like,
She's a strong,
building it left
independent
by,
woman.
You know,
I get what you're saying.
Okay.
It does
I think it's
not
weird
need no
to
man.
Focus on taking down people that
No,
are
she
trying to
does
build
not.
electoral power.
She's
when
fixed.
we're
She
meant to
doesn't
all
want
be on
no
the
man.
same side. That's what I think is weird. I don't think it's
Well,
weird
you
that
also-
you have different interests.
Oh, I
But
meant to turn the camera
but
to
when you're in
her.
the
I feel
comments
bad.
Oh yeah, I kind of don't want to
trying
show
tear us down.
like my
That's the
room
part that I think is
to
weird.
everybody.
Wait, when you say like tear you down, you mean like critique you?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Hey,
What do you mean by
fair.
tear you down?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I got a
like,
chaos
I mean,
corner.
Do we have to go over the entire?
No, it's not
Okay.
even that. It's just it's my private space, you know.
You're like talking about like all my critiques.
I like to
again.
maintain the
like,
mystery.
no, I don't think that like that's weird. I mean, I think it's like totally
There's
fine
not a
for me
lot
to
of
say
mystery.
that I worked with somebody.
It is
really
made,
didn't
you
enjoy working with
motherfucker.
them. Here's like a handful.
Don't
of things
Jordan
X, Y,
Peterson
Z, which
me.
they did
My
when I was
my bet
working
is
with them,
made.
that I didn't enjoy.
It's
that
okay,
I
we've
got
seen
wrong.
it.
Like when addressed, like
It is
probably
made.
was not seen. So now I'm gonna like address my interests.
How many dog hairs are on your bed right
A
now?
lot of dog
Have
hairs.
success, but at the same time,
Yeah, so how can it be
hope that
made?
they could like kind of realize the wrong decision
What?
made, and maybe like take accountability and just
Hmm?
recognize.
That's not how that
they make
works.
Better decisions in the future. Like I don't.
But
think
it's how
it's,
that
like,
works.
Weird for me.
That is not how that
to,
works.
like, do
It is not a clean bed because it
Yeah,
has
I
a lot
think
of
it's
dog
weird if you're
hairs
No,
on
that's
it,
not
so
what
it's not
making your
clean.
bed means.
Obsessed with
Yes, it
being in the
means.
comment section and giving
Look,
your opinion on
you
something
could spend days
Don's on.
running a lint roller over this bed.
Wait,
You're
think
not
later
going to
that
get
2
all the
months
dog
later
hair
you're
out. That's just
obsessed
the
with being in
consequence
the
of having a
comment
dog
section.
like
What do
this.
you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean because essentially
Well,
we're all on the same
this is a
side. We're all
consequence
trying to build electoral
of
power
allowing the
together,
dog to
and
sleep
we're
in
trying
your
to do
bed.
that. Whether
Yeah,
you're
because
in
she's
debate,
my baby
whether-
girl. And she's welcome to. No, 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 no. Why?
Oh.
Why do you have to do that? Oh.
Shut up.
What happened?
He opened connections. Somebody tell me, is he still doing the TikTok debate or did he leave? And then if he left, like tell me when he get away from those peanuts. I will give you peanuts. Okay, you don't take them for yourself. And if he is, tell me when he's done with connections so I can go back
Pizza.
in there and not cheat. Go ahead, Mika. Go ahead, baby. Because I do those puzzles on stream as well, so if I'm watching them when he's doing it, I'm cheating. Z seems to be debating Dean. Z is debating Dean, and that's when Destiny decided to open fucking connections? Is he talking about it? Can I, like, play it in the background and, like, listen to it without looking at it? Or is he talking about it? You may have to get the CCP app for it, Jordan. No, I can't. I just can't. I can't until they do the sale.
Yeah, no CCP app for you.
Yeah. Is he talking about it though, Daniel? Or can I like play it in the background without looking at it? Dean went mask off and said he's not trying to build electoral power. I think I heard that part. Bro, how is this? How are these guys supposed... We literally have a faction of the Democratic Party that is actively trying to sabotage us, and we wonder why we can't win elections. Oh, no. Oh, Daniel. Oh, no, buddy. Oh, my hands are tied. This is such a shame, bud. Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy. Oh, I wish I could do something about it, but I don't make the rules, bud. I don't make the rules. I just follow them. Boom. We had a genuine instance of a typo now, Ashley.
Oh.
There we go. Is he still playing Connections, or did he finish yet? Let me know, like, as soon as he's done. God damn it, I'm missing gold right now. Oh, blah, 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 blah.
Creative mode.
What are you guys doing? Still playing, but he has audio playing in the background. Is he talking about it? Or is he just playing? Like, could I minimize it and listen to it without looking at it?
Why?
No.
I can't hear the.
Steel, you don't even know. You don't even watch him.
It doesn't
Can you
matter.
guys wait? Can you guys hear me right now, Ashley and Jeremy? You can minimize and listen. Okay.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Okay, good. Okay.
And you know, like, I hope that they're able to have success, but at the same time,
Good.
I really hope that they could like kind of realize the wrong decision they've made, and maybe like take accountability and just recognize.
Oh, he
that
said
they've
the
made
accountability
mistakes.
word
Like, I don't think
after
it's
showing
weird
no
to-
accountability through
to
this entire
do any
conversation.
of those things.
The
I think it's
irony.
2 months later that you're still like obsessed with being in the comment section and giving your opinion on something that you claim that you moved on from.
It's
You think it's weird that 2 months later I'm obsessed with being in the comment section? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
that's what I mean. Because essentially, we're all on the same side, and we're all trying to build electoral power in whatever way that we're trying
Z
to do
needs
that.
to
Whether you're doing it through debate,
up her gain on her mic.
Let's no longer focus on like Stephen debating Trump supporters or maybe what the Unfuck America tour is about, and let's rather focus on the fact that Dean Withers is in the comment section running from Destiny.
You
know
think
what I mean?
wait, you think us hosting like 3 lives a week?
Bro,
is me
you
focusing
fucking
purely on you?
torpedoed the
Girl,
whole
I do not
thing.
think
Are you
about you.
real?
I
Are
want
you
to
for
know
real
that.
right now?
genuinely,
None of this
unless
would
you
even
comment
have
on
even
it, I
happened.
don't think about it.
Steven wouldn't even have to
Anne could
be
have said that
there
myself,
if it
but
wasn't
you
for
go
you
ahead and talk
guys
like Anne said,
getting
that
all
instead of
fucked
making
up
Dean
about
directed towards Dean, make it Dean
racial
directed towards
comments that weren't even racial comments.
I don't understand what you're saying. All I'm asking, Dean, is honestly,
that one was easy.
Honestly, Dean, though, I don't understand this like need to be in such opposition to what we're doing. Like, if you don't like it, that's fine. Just say, wait, who cares, right? Like, just move on.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, such strong opposition? Dude, I voiced my concerns. I made it very clear where I sit. I made it very clear where I think
you did.
sit.
You made it very, very
and
clear.
Then ever
so...
since then, I mean, you haven't seen me.
I mean, that's kind of downplaying it a little bit.
Like a 7-hour live every day, like saying, "Oh, the Unfuck America tour needs to go." Like, no, I voiced my concerns. I gave my critiques. And like honestly, at this point, I've kind of disengaged. However, like I haven't thereby like fallen from the positions that I've held, and I don't know, like you just kind of sound butthurt.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, I guess it's very clarifying to me that you said that you're not really here to build electoral power. So that's actually answered.
Daniel, does he still have connections up?
Questions were because I thought that you were. So the fact that you're not, okay, that's fine.
Okay, now you're just equivocating. So what I specifically said is I'm not relegating like most of my focus into building like a ground up foundation dedicated to like holding electoral power via like hiring like canvassers to get out there and get individuals registered to vote. And
is
then
it being every time I stream Kick like
and how
has
like
problems.
my interests more so align.
Also welcome,
like,
bud. Good to see ya.
The debate content insofar as informing individuals on the left and trying to get individuals to go from the right to the left. And like your takeaway from that is that I'm just not focused on electoral power at all. Like,
Videos up? Okay, cool.
That what I do amounts to. It amounts to more electoral
power
and convincing more people of progressivism, right?
Daniel, you son of a bitch.
Was that the method in which I power on the left is not going to be identical.
Oh, that was sneaky.
I'm not doing. Just building a ground up foundation to like get people to get out there and vote. Maybe like a pack.
That's not all of what building electoral power means.
Okay, well that's not all of what building electoral power means. Like referring to.
It also just means building out.
She did? They did the meme. They did the meme. That's amazing. Let me know when he finishes with Time Guesser.
Does so well. We've had this conversation in private before. You did agree with me when we did have this conversation.
I've agreed with you in private that we shouldn't tear down anybody on the left. I don't think so.
No, you agree.
In private? Bro, say it in public that we shouldn't tear people down on the left. It's not helpful.
Throughout their right media infrastructure.
Oh, that the right does that well? Oh,
yes.
Fuck yeah, the right does that well.
And the left doesn't, right?
So I would say that the right does it better than the left. However, I don't think that opens the door into essentially saying that the left just needs to, accept any action from any person at any point in time, regardless of what that action is.
That's not the argument that they're
and
making,
I think that is a massive jump.
You're arguing from absurdity. That's not at all what they're saying. It's a straw man.
Because if you
all you see is the TikTok video up. Okay, now it's up. Okay, before when I pulled it up, it was Time Guesser.
I was never on any other live, so I don't know.
Okay, just let me know when I can finish. Yes, you specifically were on the live where Tashika had joined, and then she said that she had no issue calling for my death, and then went on a fucking rant about how I'm like the worst person ever. That's the individual that I was calling like this chronically online agitator.
Agreed.
Because she literally wants to agitate individuals into thinking that it's okay for me to die.
Bro, yeah, but bro, how do you not understand that these are the kind of people that you're like riling up? Like this is a direct result of the kind of rhetoric of people who you surround yourself with.
One live. It was that live. Tashika was on that live, and you were referring to Tashika. So if you know that she's an online agitator, and you sent that to me warning me that she's an online agitator,
thank you, Dan.
Why is that grounds for me not running the tour?
Wait, I'm confused. Wait. I'm confused of what you're saying. Are you saying that like I think that you shouldn't run the tour because of Tashika?
Yeah, you run the tour because of that live. But you also said in the same breath in that live that she's an online agitator.
It did not happen in a vacuum.
Okay,
I mean, like,
first and foremost, there's about
what do they think was going to happen when they're like, when you have somebody like Athena coming on all of the time, bro? Like, when these are the people you surround yourself with, you're going to get like a lot of bad actors surrounding you. And it's clear that your audience captured. Like, you're not letting yourself think critically about these different issues, these different topics. And now you've like cornered yourself into having to argue these really shit points because you know that if you change your mind on any of them, your own audience is going to cannibalize you. You fucked yourself, bro.
Dean, what are you talking about?
I don't know
talked
like
to
what
you
is like
3 or
driving
4
you to simply
times.
lie about these things.
Dean, I talked to you 3 or 4 times on the tour, and none of those times was ever a bad conversation.
Right now, okay. So now we're getting into something that is true. So appreciate you for hopping off the hill that you were trying to die on, lying about me. I don't even know why you lied about
I
that.
literally
Anyways.
hugged you guys before you left, and everything was fine. There
I
was
don't-
no issue at all.
I have
In
no
fact, I was in
clue.
communication with you guys when we came
This
back
is
from the
Z's
tour.
redemption. The beginning of Z's redemption arc.
Yeah, I was talking to Parker about him going to California to follow Charlie on the next stop.
As it relates to like good conversation on the tour, you know what? Honestly, man, I've already addressed that. I'm gonna go eat my pizza.
Oh, I knew it! Here it comes! I knew he was gonna say
I'll
the
say this,
pizza.
like, one last time. I'll repeat it.
It's just so funny, Dean, because you have nothing to say.
I'm being meta and using the line leftists use about October 7th to
All
mock
right,
it.
yeah.
Oh, true, but also like unironically true. What you said.
30 minutes ago to eat dinner, and now his fucking girlfriend
Dean, nobody's
voluntarily took the pizza, heated up, and put it on a plate in front of him just because I want to eat dinner with my girlfriend.
Well,
Okay.
you have free will.
All right, fine.
Come on.
All right, fine. Okay, I have nothing to say. Okay, here's what I have to say. I'll go ahead and open my mouth and respond. So
Here we
it's not
go.
like, oh, Dean's a runner and whatnot.
Here we go.
So you said that, on the tour, I was able to like speak to you professionally and have a good conversation. Of course, I'm gonna uphold some standard of professionalism in these events.
Oh, soy.
And you're now acting as if I have no valid critiques of you or why you should be a leader of an organization like this. There's plenty valid critiques of you, apart from the ones of which are popular. The ones in which are less popular is the fact that you try to fucking send an NDA out to everybody on the tour, preventing them with
Dean,
working
you
with
and
other people on the tour
Parker-
3 years later. And then when I told
Bro,
everybody,
NDAs are such a standard thing. The fact that you all lost your mind over that just shows how unprofessional you are.
Yes, you absolutely did. No, just because I told people to not sign an NDA that would sign away their rights to work with other creators for 3 years. Like
That's
that's like a
not-
perfect other
First of
reason.
all, Dean, you signed an NDA. You signed the same NDA that we sent to everybody else.
Oh, that's
Wait,
not
he
true.
signed it?
Yeah, no, it's literally it's the exact.
Wait a second, wait. That was wait, just real quick. That was a big claim. There's an NDA that was
He
being signed
signed
to
it?
restrict people from working with other people for 3 years.
Yeah, no, that's not true. Why would we do that?
That was
Like
the-
these
that
are
was the
all people
fourth
that are
section of the
independent
NDA.
contractors. They're creators. Like
Wait,
why?
make the NDA public then. Make it public.
True.
Who signed what?
Yeah, sure, no problem.
They're
was
talking
in
about
Section 4
the
of the NDA.
Unfuck America
That's
tour
strict.
NDA.
Come on, like anybody on the trip could make it public as well.
No, what it did say was that other creators couldn't talk badly about other creators.
Wait,
on
but
the
he
tour.
made like a
Oh.
whole big
That's
stink
true.
about how they would refuse to sign
There's
it.
particularly
She's
a
saying he
section
actually
for
signed it?
working until one another, and it wasn't even 3 years; it was 7.
No, that's just
Wait,
not.
what you're talking about would be unenforceable, probably in every state of the U.S., but definitely, at least in California, where a lot of people are. That would be first of all, that's not even an NDA at that point. That's like an employment contract. Non-disparagement clauses. I think.
Fun
are still
fact,
when it comes to
depending
signing
on
deals
what
with companies, you shouldn't
the
shoot disparaging them afterwards.
the
If something
NDA
that
is
would restrict
about,
employment for
it's
3 or
not
7 years after, that would be
necessarily
insane.
able to
that
be
is insane.
enforced in a court of law.
They're literally just talking
Dean,
about it.
also,
Well, it's insane.
Like
such
that
that,
exact
I,
point.
Without having seen any of this,
Oh.
Yeah.
and no offense to anybody else, I'm not saying my reputation and these people here, like knowing these people well, I just don't think anybody would send an NDA like that out. That's not even an NDA.
That was
that's
kind
an
of funny,
employment
actually.
clause.
You
Even without
were
knowing
saying it
anything
like
or
as
that,
they were
there was a
saying
shot
it.
that there was an NDA sent out that would have restricted employment for 7 years. I don't believe that. There was no way
yeah,
that.
and also like.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt and say, "Not sounds unenforceable."
Yeah, it definitely sounds unenforceable. I don't think, but what he's claiming was in the NDA.
I don't even like know. I don't even
What he's claiming was in the
all this
NDA.
started from
They're saying was not in the
oh,
NDA.
Dean is running from Destiny. So then I come up here, I turn on my camera, I show
Yeah,
you my
I
pizza.
don't have the context
and I was
into
like,
the
no, I'm not
details
running, I'm
of
just eating my
whatever
pizza.
you guys
Then
are
I was gonna
discussing.
drop after
There's
that.
a
Next thing I
whole
know,
backstory to this.
Pizza's gone, all the bags are packed. Even though
I need to rely.
I think you should just kill us on the spot for that. I think like we should just
I-
go on the spot for that.
And the next thing I know, I'm already on this live for like another fucking like 30-40 minutes. Even though like I tried to set like 3 red lines saying I'll answer this one last question, then I'm gonna go.
So Dean, let's just make
This
it short
man
so you can
really
move
wants
on.
to eat
Enjoy
his
your
pizza.
We all shake
He's
hands
so
and
sad about the
we're
pizza
here
getting
to
cold.
stop
Meanwhile,
Trump and we're good.
there's this cool thing we call an
My
oven.
position's not gonna shift. Like I already
You
said,
could use
like, I
that
think
to
you guys are
reheat your
successful
pizza.
because you're already doing it. You know, go out there, get people registered. But like I mean, I don't think that like you're like qualified to
I'm not qualified. Dean, I've been working in electoral politics since 2010. What makes me not qualified?
Yeah,
for
and
representation?
Donald Trump's been working in real estate since the 70s. Fuck.
But what makes me
What
not
does that have
qualified
to do
for
with
the
anything?
job?
Sure. I mean, all the critiques, the long list of critiques that I have to you. If you'd like, I could send them in an email, but I'm gonna go eat my pizza now.
Oh, okay, enjoy.
He's gonna go eat his pizza.
Wild.
You guys have a lot of meta conversations on here. Is that normal?
Not really.
I feel like when I listen to all
No
you guys
Candy
talk
today. I
about,
don't know where
like,
Candy
different
is. So.
topics, but I feel like on TikTok, I feel like 80% of the talking I hear is like talking about the talking. I feel like it's a lot of meta conversations. Holy.
It's got a great.
The funniest thing is him calling you unqualified, but then like when the tour originally blew up, they all said that they were going to continue the tour and find another organizer, and it's like 5 months later, and that just hasn't happened.
Yeah, I don't know. That was wild. Well, at least we made a truce.
Good stuff. He wants us to be successful. I'll take it.
Yeah, that's the best we're gonna get out of Dean.
All right. Well, hey, listen, I have to sleep. Okay, not sleep, but I have to sleep, and I'm already past my time, so I love you guys. I'll do the debate with that one person at a future time. Okay.
Yeah, you're
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Have fun. Be careful. Bye.
Bye.
Good stuff, man.
Crazy.
Woo,
I feel like Dean said he had to
finally.
leave like 7 times, and he's like, "I have one more thing I have to say, and then I'll be right back." Or I have one more thing I have to say, and then I gotta go, and then one more thing I have to say, and then one more thing I have to say. Like, holy shit. Jesus. Okay. I love you guys. Have fun. Be careful. Don't die. Stay safe.
Awesome. Tiny's finishing up. Daniel, you know what to do. My goodness, that was something, dude. That was something. I'm just like basking in that shit. That was wild, bro. The pizza meme. I'm betting the pizza meme is gonna stick around for a while. Goodness gracious. Oof. All right. Guess we'll move on here in a second. God, pizza's probably still warm as fuck. True. Oof. Whew, man. I don't know. Was that the payoff we wanted, guys? I don't know. That was a long time coming, but I don't think we really got like the pressing of Dean that we were hoping for.
Being pressing.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. Well, we're all done with that for now. Unless anyone wants to do like a post talk about that, we can move into the Trump v. Casa ruling. Yeah, the pizza. He kept saying He kept saying, I want to go eat my pizza, man. Oh my god, my pizza's cold now. Like, this... like, the sacred pizza, the cooling of the sacred pizza was very, very important. What are you guys up to over there? You playing something? Hey, yeah, yeah. Did you not hear about this? Yeah, yeah. Welcome, by the way.
You talking to us?
Yeah.
I am playing Minecraft.
Nice.
Little Minecraft.
little bit of crafting. Okay. Okay. SCOTUS. SCOTUS did a thing. SCOTUS did a thing that pissed me off. SCOTUS basically pared back the ability for nationwide injunctions from federal courts. So now a federal court essentially cannot halt something nationwide beyond, the scope of the very specific case that they're on, when they are, when they're still adjudicating a certain law. Hey, Oxy. We'll take, let me pull that up, Oxy, and we'll take a look at that after that. Uh-oh. We lost, Casper. Switch to chat. Okay. Mike Lee's plan to sell public lands faces MAGA pushback. Okay, cool. Oh, I think I heard about that. Yeah. We'll definitely take a look at that as well. So yeah, this was really interesting. Like the ruling was so controversial that in like a very rare occurrence, the dissent was actually longer than the opinion. They were pissed, and they are pissed, and I'm just this is like a ruling that's gonna have far-reaching implications for a long time. And for one thing, it's allowing Trump to essentially ignore birthright citizenship via his executive order until they rule on it. So, starting in 30 days. No more birthright citizenship until it's ruled on. Which is pretty fucking insane.
Yeah, that's like the whole basis of this country.
It's like literally the first sentence of the 14th Amendment. Which is fucking crazy. Is it the 14th Amendment? I think it is. Yeah. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. It's the literal first sentence of the 14th Amendment.
The organization meant to uphold the Constitution has given him explicit power to ignore the Constitution.
Yep. What was
Exactly
it?
how
I saw a political cartoon. I had some faith in this court because they were actually making some decent rulings in some cases, but this has made me lose faith in Barrett and Roberts completely.
About time.
Hey, listen, okay? They had made some pretty, some good. Obviously, the Roe v. Wade ruling was dog shit, but they had made other rulings that were good. And this is the thing that Casper clipped me on for saying I was wrong about it. I did not think they were going to rule this way. I am surprised by this.
I'm surprised that you were surprised by this.
Well, I mean, if we're looking at like those two ruling on different things, they've actually been like the ones who have stood in the way of Trump doing a lot of things that he wanted to do. Candy's gonna love it. I know. Candy's gonna love it. Candy was supposed to come on yesterday and argue. She was making an argument that the single bombing run, the targeted bombing run by the U.S. bombers was, on Wednesday. The single bombing run by the U.S. bombers was a declaration of war, which I thought was a ridiculous position to have. But she never came on, so we didn't get to argue it. But yeah, this cartoon is pretty accurate, I think. Sad, man. Very sad. So sad.
Yeah. It's funny, but also like really, really fucked up.
Is that good voice acting?
Yeah. I'm coping. I'm doing it to cope. Yeah, I'm not very excited about how things are going to go with this latest ruling. It's going like they're like we're going to maintain the, it's just the idea that this is somehow like done to maintain the status quo, when technically the status quo that they're referring to is reversing the status quo since the founding of our country, is a little bit crazy to me. And this is gonna go ahead.
It reminds me of Venezuela.
Of Venezuela? Oh God, don't say that. You
Yeah.
said that before.
It's just like it's like right out of Chavez's book.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's very right out of the dictatorial playbook. It's pretty scary, man. I don't like it. Don't like it at all. All right, let's see. How much of this is actual dissent and how much of this is like merits of the case? Does anybody know? Because I don't want to read the whole 119-page thing. Right, well, at least not right now. What, are you all sleeping in chat? What's going on?
It's like you're reading it.
Well, yeah, I'm going to, but I want to know if anybody knows like where it goes into the merits of the case rather than the main part of the dissent. Trump ticking off his Project 2025 to-do list. That's okay, Destiny. Read a lot of it this afternoon. Okay. I feel like it's more like Stephen Miller is checking off his 2025 list. Trump doesn't really give a shit. Trump doesn't know what half of these executive orders are. We watch him. We've seen him over and over again sit there at the desk in the Oval Office. They put it in front of him. They say, this is what the thing is. And then they give him a couple seconds. He makes some dumbass comment about it that shows that he's never even heard of what he's about to sign. And he fucking signs it and then goes on to the next one.
Yep.
Oh, this is the concurring opinion. Okay, so we're just looking at the Sotomayor. This is the full opinion of the court. Where's the dissent? Alito, concurring, Kavanaugh. I'm probably, at some point this weekend, I'm going to be having a conversation with my uncle about this. So I'm gonna take a look at some of this dissent for now, but then you know, when I come back on Monday, I think I'm going to have a lot more substance beyond this to even add. I know he's going to be real upset about this. I hope I can get him on one day. That would be cool, but I don't know if that's like kosher for him to come on and talk about this stuff. Jeez. This is a long descent. Jesus. 44-page descent. Goodness gracious. He complains about Biden auto pens. In the opinion, he complains about Biden auto. Oh, Trump complains about Biden auto pens. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying that Clarence Thomas was complaining about the auto pens in the opinion. Oh gosh. And then I guess, yeah, Kagan and Jackson probably have their own dissents as well, but. Okay. Let's get into it. We'll read a little bit of this. We'll see how we feel after a little bit of it if we want to keep going. But I'm going to have to read all of this before I talk to my uncle anyway, so might as well start. Whew. Okay. Justice Sotomayor, with whom Justice Kagan and Justice Jackson joined dissenting. Children born in the United States and subject to its laws are United States citizens. First sentence of the 14th Amendment. It has been the legal rule since its founding, and it was the English rule well before then. This court once attempted to repudiate it, holding in Dred Scott versus Sanford that the children of enslaved black Americans were not citizens. To remedy that grievous error, the states passed in 1866 and Congress ratified in 1868 the 14th Amendment's Citizenship Clause. I mean, like, I thought this was obvious, which enshrined birthright citizenship in the Constitution. There it has remained, accepted and respected by Congress, by the executive, and by this court until today. Actually, let me pull up Obsidian so I can take notes if I need to. Yeah, yep, you know, when they taught us the Constitution, Oxy. 1966 and if they rule against this, I mean, that's now the Supreme Court, by way of the executive, modifying the Constitution without going through, like, the proper procedure of, you know, changing the amendment through Congress and then ratifying it through the states. This sets such a bad precedent if that's what they end up doing. It is now the president who attempts in an executive order to repudiate birthright citizenship. Every court to evaluate the order has deemed it patently unconstitutional, and for that reason has enjoined the federal government from enforcing it. Undeterred, the government now asks this court to grant emergency relief, insisting it will suffer irreparable harm unless it can deprive at least some children born in the United States of citizenship. Okay, so government argues irreparable harm. Like, how do they even make that argument? I need to look at that. Government does not ask for complete stays of the injunctions as it ordinarily does before the court. Why? The answer is obvious. To get such relief, the government would have to show that the order is likely constitutional, an impossible task in light of the Constitution's text, history, this court's precedents, federal law, and executive branch practice. This is so fucking crazy. So the government instead tries its hand at a different game. It asks this court to hold that, no matter how illegal a law or a policy, courts can never simply tell the executive to stop enforcing it against anyone. Instead, the government says, it should be able to apply the citizenship order, whose legality it does not defend, to everybody except the plaintiffs who filed the lawsuit. Ugh. I mean, this is like the biggest issue with this, is that basically they're setting up a system now where the only way you're going to actually get relief is if you sue. So if somebody sues and you are affected by the thing that you're getting relief from, okay, you don't even get that relief if they make a ruling on that. You don't get that relief unless you personally sue. So now we're essentially ensuring that legal recompense is being dictated by your ability to afford a legal counsel or a legal suit. Or you have to somehow hope that somebody does a class action that you can get on. And if you could potentially be part of that class action, you have to hope you hear about it or know about it and sign up to it. Unbelievable. Hang on 1 second. Wait, what was that? Oh, fuck me, Obsidian. You son of a bitch, why are you so hard to work with? Hotkeys. full screen. Oh, it's F11, not F1. Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay. This court to hold that no matter how the courts can never simply tell the executive to stop enforcing it against anyone. Instead, the government says it should be able to apply a citizenship order whose legality does not defend to everyone except the plaintiffs who filed this lawsuit. Ridiculous. The gamesmanship in this request is apparent, and the government makes no attempt to hide it. Yet, shamefully, this court plays along. A majority of this court decides that these applications of all cases provide the appropriate occasion to resolve the question of universal injunctions and end the centuries-old practice once and for all. In its rush to do so, the court disregards basic principles of equity, as well as the long history of injunctive relief granted to non-parties. I mean, it's so stupid. Like, we know what they're trying to do, but instead of, like, addressing the thing they're trying to do, which courts have done many times in the past, they're pretending like, oh, no, we're only going to deal with the very specific wording of what they're talking about. There have been many cases in history where the court has said, look, you're trying to bring up this legal argument, but we know exactly what you're actually trying to do here, so we're going to address that argument. Because you're not going to pull the wool over our eyes and, pull a fast one on us. But no, this court decides to play it like an idiot. No right is safe in the new legal regime the court creates. Today, the threat is to birthright citizenship. Tomorrow, a different administration may try to seize firearms from law-abiding citizens or prevent people of certain faiths from gathering to worship. And then what are you going to do? Right? You'll say, oh, we're doing an injunction on this, and all it will affect is the single case that's bringing it up. Meanwhile, the government will keep doing those things. This is such a short-sighted ruling. The majority holds that, absent cumbersome class action litigation, courts cannot completely enjoin even such plainly unlawful policies unless doing so is necessary to afford the formal parties complete relief. That holding renders constitutional guarantees meaningful in name only for any individuals who are not parties to a lawsuit. Because I will not be complicit in so grave an attack on our system of law, I dissent. Fuck yeah, Sotomayor. You fucking do it. You get them. Unbelievable. Is chat working right now, or are y'all just really, really quiet? I was talking to chat in there,
That's what you said.
I think chat's just really quiet right now. Oh. Are we rereading the ruling? I haven't read the ruling. Right now I'm reading the dissent. I'm not reading the ruling. I'm going to need a day or two before I can bring myself to actually read the ruling because I am going to probably have an aneurysm reading that ruling. Because I'm just going to be sitting there over and over again yelling, that's not what this is really about, and you fuckers know it. And the fact that they had Barrett do the opinion. Insult to injury. 1. The majority ignores entirely whether the president's executive order is constitutional. Yep. Why? Instead focusing only on the question whether federal courts have the equitable authority to issue universal injunctions. Yet the order's patent unlawfulness reveals the gravity of the majority's error and underscores why equity supports universal injunctions as appropriate remedies in this kind of case. As every conceivable source of law confirms, birthright citizenship is the law of the land. It's Robbie Williams' best work. Robbie Williams? Do you know most Americans don't know who Robbie Williams is?
Yeah.
It's quite sad.
This blows my mind.
Did you go to that concert, Jeremy? Were you there?
Was he in Argentina?
Yeah, at River.
No.
Thank you. No? Oh, I think I went there with, I think it was Nick and Matt.
It's just weird. It's like someone saying, like, you know who Taylor Swift is.
Yeah, I know. He's like such a massive global star, and Americans are like, who? They might have heard Angels. I think Americans have heard Angels somewhere, and that's like the only one.
But I don't want to rock with DJ.
I know, it's a good one too, but I don't think that ever got here. Yeah.
That's just
strong.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. The movie they did, though, I heard that was kind of cringe. The monkey movie.
Yeah, I don't want to watch a biopic of them.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
I'd rather see the video.
Was it good, Cosmic? I haven't seen it. Cosmic's face palming. That means he thinks it was good. It was okay. Very experimental. I believe that. It's on Paramount Plus. Okay, I'm gonna check it out. I have Paramount Plus. He's the pop star chimpanzee. Yeah. No, he was so when Jeremy and I were in high school in Argentina, I mean, he's a mega star. He's one of the most famous people in the world outside of the United States. And I went to his concert. It was dope. He was really good in concert. But, you know, everybody in Argentina, we all loved Robbie Williams. It's just, yeah, people don't know who he is here, and it's kind of sad.
What was the best concert?
The best concert I ever went to there? Oh, there were so many good ones. Shit.
Yeah.
Do you have one in mind? You go first while I think about it.
It's a hard one.
Cosmic says LCD sound system. I bet they were good.
Roger Waters was a The Police.
The Police. I went to the Police. I was there too.
Oh.
Although they're usually like 2 or 3 nights, so we might not have been on the same night. We both went. We saw each other at the Offspring concert, right?
Yes.
That was a dope concert.
That was pretty great.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah. Motley Crue was pretty fun too. I don't know if you were there for that one.
Yeah, it was a Motley Crue.
Yeah, I think we were both there at the same time, right?
Yeah.
I remember going crowd surfing, the mosh pits. Oh.
Yeah, Tommy Lee was like pouring rum or something in these little cups and throwing them, and he threw it on my face, got my eyes.
Yes, let's go.
It hurt really bad.
Is this going to be copyrighted material, Ashley?
What?
She shared a link in chat. Because if it's copyrighted material, I'll have to wait until I end my YouTube stream before I can play it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It's a live screening of a movie concert.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll save it for later, though. Remind me. And we'll watch it once we finish the YouTube side of the stream. Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, cool. Awesome. Thank you. The Citizenship Clause provides that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction. Oh, we already read this one. We literally read this one from the actual 14th Amendment like a few seconds ago. Naturalized in the United States, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. U.S. Constitution, Amendment 14, Section 1. That means what it says. No, you don't fucking say, Justice Sotomayor. Wow, how surprising. What else? Wait, what was the other song that Mika did? There was one in particular that was like super mega famous. Hang on.
Love Today.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's it. That's the
Everybody's
one.
gonna love today, love today,
Yeah.
love today.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was really famous. Yeah. That also came out when we were in high school. Man, all that music we used to listen to back in the day. I was talking to Ashley about how to dismantle an atomic bomb. You remember how big U2 was? That album was, Jeremy? Nestled in the 14th Amendment alongside the Equal Protection Clause, the Citizenship Clause does not discriminate on the basis of race, sex, ethnicity, religion, or, importantly here, parentage. It refers instead to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. Oh, imagine that. Besides birth, there is only one condition, that one be, quote, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And that's accounting for, like, diplomats and people who are outside. Obviously, if you're within the borders, you're subject to the jurisdiction or under the quality of being born here. Yet that condition, too, leaves no room for ambiguity. To be, quote, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States means simply to be bound to its authority and its laws. As the government would presumably concede, virtually everyone born in the United States and present in its territory is subject to its authority and its laws. After all, the jurisdiction of the nation within its own territory is necessarily exclusive and absolute. Schooner Exchange v. McFadden, 1812. Once a citizen of another nation steps onto U.S. soil, she is, with narrow exception, amenable to the jurisdiction of the United States. That is why, quote, no plausible distinction with respect to 14th Amendment jurisdiction can be drawn between resident aliens whose entry into the United States was lawful and residents whose entry was unlawful. And we've even gone over this on this stream before. We've literally gone over this before on this stream with regards to some of the illegal immigrant stuff. Few constitutional questions can be answered by resort to the text of the Constitution alone. But this is one. The 14th Amendment guarantees birthright citizenship. I mean, this is literally just going to be them basically saying the same thing over and over because it's very, very, very fucking clear. Unsurprisingly, given the clarity of the Citizenship Clause's text, I have diplomatic immunity. It's just been revoked. God, what was that from? I'm blanking. What was that from? Lethal Weapon. Yep. There it is. Uh-oh. Lethal Weapon 2, Daniel. Get your lethal weapons right, okay? Unsurprisingly, given the clarity of the Citizenship Clause's text, every other source of interpretation confirms this conclusion. Consider first its history. Long before the 14th Amendment, and indeed before the founding of the common law rule of jus soli, literally right of the soil, governed English citizenship. That rule rendered a person's birthplace determinative of her citizenship status. Thus, the children of aliens born in England generally were natural-born subjects and entitled to all the privileges of such. Men in Black, true. That English common law rule carried over to the United States after its founding. Shortly after the Constitution's ratification, James Madison observed that it was an established maxim that birth is a criterion of allegiance, of citizenship. Birth, he explained, could convey citizenship in two ways, either through, quote, place, under the right of soil principle, or through, quote, parentage, as for one born to United States citizens. But, in general, Madison explained, place is the most certain criterion, and it is what applies in the United States. Mere decades later, Justice Story wrote that nothing is better settled than the doctrine that the children, even of aliens born in a country, are subjects by birth. Oh, okay. Let me pull. Put this in my notes. That's a good one. Cryptic! What's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome. I'm sorry if this is a repeat for you guys. I'm spurging out a little bit over this fucking thing, because Jesus Christ. I won't spend too much more time on this since you guys, I guess, already watched it on Tiny Stream, but I'm going to have to read this anyway, so... Though the law was clear, the nation did not always live up to his promise. Infamously, this court departed from the birthright citizenship principle in Dred Scott, holding that the children of enslaved black Americans are not included, and were not intended to be included, under the word citizens in the Constitution. Following the Civil War, the Reconstruction Congress corrected that grave error. Section 1 of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 declared that all persons born in the United States and not subject to any foreign power would be citizens of the United States. And it's very important, this is something that we talk about a lot, is that the language uses persons, right? The 14th Amendment's guarantee of birthright citizenship followed 2 years later. The lawmakers who ratified the 14th Amendment understood that it would extend citizenship to all children born here. Oh. Hi, Jordan in chat. Hi, Cryptic. I actually missed today's news, so this is fine for me. I am not totally clued into what the Supreme Court did today, but from what I heard, they did a real fucky-wucky, and now birthright citizenship is in jeopardy. Yep, but also, my friend... we have a typo. Oh, no. Good buddy. It's out of my hands at this point, good buddy. This is just the way she goes. It's just what we gotta do here. My hands are tied. Welcome. We're having fun. It is fucky wucky. And I'm an angry Jordan right now. Very angry Jordan. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, the lawmakers who ratified the 14th Amendment understood that it would extend citizenship to all children born here, regardless of parental citizenship. Indeed, some objected to its passage on those grounds, complaining that it would permanently extend citizenship to immigrants who invade state borders and settle as trespassers. Yep, that's what it does. Proponents agreed, if not with the anti-immigrant sentiment, that the clause would extend citizenship to the children of immigrants. For example, Senator Conness of California, one of the amendment's lead supporters, confirmed on the floor that the children born here of Mongolian parents shall be declared by the Constitution of the United States to be entitled to civil rights and to equal protections before the law. So even back then, they had this argument when they were debating the amendment, and they said specifically that that is what this amendment does. It's the issue of forum shopping could be why the ruling could be done in good faith. I don't know what forum shopping is. Colloquial term for the practice of litigants taking actions to have their legal case heard in the court they believe is most likely to provide a favorable judgment. Oh, yeah, sure. I don't know. I think it definitely depends on, like, how cynical it is, though. Right? Because, like, you could forum shop very cynically, and we could look at it and say, well, that's still some fucking bullshit, and that's not very good faith. And I think the argument that they make here is not very good faith. The Mongoloids, we did it for them. Oh, did that get auto-modded? Oh, shit. Oops. I said it, too. Yikes. Daniel with the period reply so he can see what got auto-modded. Right on cue. Okay. We have declared that by law in the Civil Rights Act, he explained, and now it is proposed to incorporate the same provision in the fundamental instrument of the nation. Not one senator disagreed with this understanding of the clause. Wow. Imagine me actually finishing the paragraph and it continuing to reinforce what I was saying. The ruling was made in Seattle, I think, which could make it a case of forum shopping. Yeah, I know, but like my point is that just because it's forum shopping doesn't mean it's automatically good faith. It still seems very cynical to me. Like, it's obvious that they were trying to bring forth a case against a very particular issue that was not the issue that they were actually trying to deal with, right? They were coming against the overall ability for federal judges to enjoin, to universally enjoin, which is clearly not what they were actually trying to do. And that's the dissent that Sotomayor is making here. So to me, that seems cynical, even if it is a forum shop. In the end, the citizenship clause was no legal innovation. Justice Ho, defining American birthright citizenship and the original understanding of the 14th Amendment, 2006. Yeah, it's sneaky what they did, but to them it could be unprincipled that a ruling in one circuit could hamstring the entire justice system. I understand that, but and there are some arguments you could probably make for certain things, but when you're talking about something that's blatantly unconstitutional and has been ruled as such by several different federal courts, it just, I mean, like, it feels sneaky. Plus, if you consider the fact that it was Stephen fucking Miller who was doing this in the first place, like, that makes it even feel even more sneaky. That birthright is birthright citizenship, original standing. Oh, actually, I wanna note this as well. That's important, especially since Justice Ho has been doing a lot of work recently. Birthright citizenship is guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. That birthright is protected no less for children of undocumented persons than for descendants of Mayflower passengers. It simply restored the long-standing English common law doctrine of jus soli, abrogated by Dred Scott. Whip it good. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum.
I don't understand that.
This song, Whip It by Devo?
What? What song? Oh no.
No, I'm just teasing. Which part didn't come through clearly?
I don't remember.
Okay. Following the ratification of the 14th Amendment, this court confirmed the amendment's plain meaning in United States v. Wong Kim Ark, 1898. At issue was the citizenship of Wong Kim Ark, a young California resident born in San Francisco to Chinese immigrant parents. When Wong returned to California from a trip to China, a customs collector denied him entry on the sole ground that he was not a citizen of the United States. This is another good case for me to notate. Ba-ba-ba. 169 U.S. 649. When a good time turns around, you must whip it. These are good notes. Good notes. This court held that the 14th Amendment affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by... Oh. This is going to sound like a total non sequitur, but how the fuck did Biden's student debt relief plan get... Oh, yes! No, this is not a non sequitur. This is... I was saying this shit earlier. Oh my god, this is absolutely true, Cryptic. It is so fucking dumb that they made this ruling here while using the same thing to parade around how happy they were that Biden's student debt relief got knocked down and enjoined by the same sort of ruling. The double standard is ridiculous. And you know what he did? He didn't go whining to the courts. Oh, Johnny, he said, okay, that's the court's ruling. And he tried to go through another means that was legally, that wasn't like, that didn't have any legal issues. All right, let me read your full comment. This is going to sound like a total non sequitur, but how the fuck did Biden's student debt relief plan get blocked by the courts, struck down in a 6-3 Supreme Court ruling? Meanwhile, SCOTUS is more than happy to rule in favor of Trump's abolishing of birthright citizenship. Trump gets to play SCOTUS on easy mode. Biden had to play on nightmare difficulty. And the worst part about this is the same fucking Supreme Court, too. The same fucking one. This court held that the 14th Amendment affirms the ancient and fundamental rule of citizenship by birth within the territory. As the president does today, the government in Wong Kim Ark rested its case on the clause's sole qualifier. Wong was not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, the government claimed, because at birth his parents were aliens in the United States who were subjects of the Emperor of China, thus making Wong a subject of the Emperor of China as well. This court squarely rejected that attempt to limit the citizenship clause's reach. Instead, it held the subject to the jurisdiction qualifier excludes only children born of alien enemies in hostile occupation and children of diplomatic representatives of a foreign state, with a single additional exception, children of members of the Indian tribes owing direct allegiance to their several tribes. I'm gonna add a little bit here. I'm definitely going to keep this linked. So I'm going to want to come back and reference this directly. And then I need to... Shit, I need to mark these pages. I'll do that later. Okay. But for the ones going forward, I'll mark the pages. That holding conclusively settled any remaining dispute over the citizenship clause's meaning. Since then, all three branches of government have unflinchingly adhered to it. This court, for one, has repeatedly reaffirmed Wong Kim Ark's holding. Notwithstanding legislation purporting to render Japanese persons ineligible for citizenship, we held in Morrison v. California, 1934, that a child with Japanese parents is a citizen of the United States if he was born within the United States. The court recognized the same rule even during World War II, when individuals of Japanese ancestry were subject to curfew and exclusion orders. See Hirabayashi versus United States. So too has the court recognized that the child of parents unlawfully present in the United States is, of course, an American citizen by birth. The same is true of children whose parents gained admission into the United States by unlawful means. Congress, for its part, has also reaffirmed the principles of birthright citizenship by enshrining it in a federal statute, Section 201 of the Nationality Act of 1940. Let's take a look. $201? Yeah, 201. Why am I looking at 301? Give me 201! Where is this? No, okay. It's right here. Oh, text of section 2. I'm an idiot. Okay. Selected portions of Section 201NA, which is not readily available for reference on many posts, are provided here. Following shall be nationals and citizens of the United States at birth. Person born outside of the United States and its outlying possessions of parents, both of whom are citizens of the United States and one of whom has resided in the United States or one of its outlying possessions prior to the birth of such person. A person born outside of the United States and its outlying possessions of parents, one of whom is a citizen of the United States who resided in the United States or one of its outlying possessions prior to the birth of such person, and the other of whom is a national but not a citizen of the United States. A person born outside of the United States... Okay, what are we doing on the outside? I want the one that has to do... Wait. Born in the United States, subject to the jurisdiction of. What section? Why didn't you cite the specific section? Just section 201. Can I get like the full text of 201? Nope. Nope. Okay. That's that. All those born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof shall be nationals and citizens of the United States of birth. 8 U.S. Code. Okay, 8 U.S. Code 1401A. That's what it is. Boom. There she is. Person born in the United States subject to the jurisdiction thereof. For at least the last century, the executive branch has adhered to the same principle. When Congress proposed to reaffirm birthright citizenship in the 1940 Nationality Act, cabinet officials described it as a statement of the common law rule, which has been in the United States from the beginning of its existence. So, to complete issue 5 of my Characters Comic series, I'm going to create an Ashcan edition of Joe Plant visiting Trump and having a midnight talk with him. Hey, that sounds fun. Its existence. Indeed, the government concedes even now that the executive branch has recognized the vitality of birthright citizenship, at least back to World War II, if not earlier. That explains, among other things, why the Social Security Administration and the Department of State have long accepted proof of one's birthplace as proof of citizenship. Some decades ago, the Office of Legal Counsel was asked... Actually, I want to write that down. That's a good point. Some decades ago, the Office of Legal Counsel was asked to respond to a House bill that would have denied birthright citizenship to children born in the United States to parents who are not citizens or permanent resident aliens, 1995. The answer well summed up the state of the law. This office grapples with many difficult and close issues of constitutional law. The lawfulness of this bill is not among them. This legislation is unquestionably unconstitutional. Like, there's so many examples of this being upheld. And that's why they didn't bring this question of the constitutionality. They didn't even try to challenge the ruling because they knew it was fucking unconstitutional. So instead they went, oh, well, you know, now we're going to make you take every single case individually or as bulky class actions, which take forever, in order for you to block them, instead of the obvious fact that it's unconstitutional across the board. What a fucking stupid ruling. Undeterred by the Constitution, history, Supreme Court precedent, federal law, and long-standing executive branch practice, President Donald J. Trump issued Executive Order number 14160 on the day of his inauguration that purported to redefine American citizenship. The order declares that United States citizenship does not extend to persons who are born to a mother unlawfully present in the United States or lawfully present on a temporary basis, and a father who is neither a citizen nor lawful permanent resident. It further prohibits federal agencies from issuing citizenship documentation to such persons or accepting state documentation to that effect, and it directs a slew of federal officials to conform agency regulations to the order. The prohibition, according to the order, applies only to persons who are born within the United States after 30 days from the date of the order. Which is why I said earlier, 30 days from now, no more birthright citizenship. Shortly after the president issued the citizenship order, several groups of plaintiffs, together, respondents, challenged the order in federal district courts in Maryland, Massachusetts, and Washington. Respondents include a group of pregnant women whose children will not be United States citizens under the terms of the citizenship order, 2 immigrants' rights organizations with thousands of members across the country who are likely to give birth to children who would also be denied citizenship under the order, and 22 states, the District of Columbia, and the City of San Francisco. In their respective suits, respondents asserted that the citizenship order violates the 14th Amendment and Section 1401A. Respondents also sought a preliminary injunction barring enforcement of the citizenship order during the pendency of the litigation. If allowed to go into effect, they said, the policy would inflict irreparable harm on their children and their members' children by denying them enjoyment of the full privileges, rights, and benefits that come with U.S. citizenship and rendering them vulnerable to unlawful deportation before the courts could adjudicate their constitutional claim. As for the states, they attested that enforcement of the citizenship order would cost them millions of dollars in federal funding and impose significant administrative burdens. The states administer numerous programs for the benefit of their residents, including for newborns and young children, some of whom are wards of the plaintiff states who are entitled to care by statute. Those social welfare programs include ones provided for by state law, as well as ones established by federal law, such as Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program. Several of them are funded in part by federal dollars, with federal funding frequently tied to the citizenship and immigration status of the individuals served. By stripping some children within the United States of their citizenship, the order would reduce the state's federal funding, forcing the states to bear significantly increased costs to operate and fund programs that ensure the health and well-being of their residents. Relatedly, because the states must verify the citizenship status of the individuals they serve, the states alleged that the citizenship order would force them to expend significant sums to modify their operational structures and administration to account for the changes in citizenship. What if a lawyer shops for judge who rules unfavorably about gun rights and attempts to get a nationwide freeze via that court? I'm pretty sure... Wait. If a lawyer shops for a judge who rules unfavorably about gun rights and attempted to get a nationwide freeze via that court, that would get unfavorably how? What do you mean specifically? Like when you say unfavorably, what? From what perspective are we making the unfavorable? Well, traditionally, you only do an injunction to maintain the status quo. This would be attempting to overturn the status quo, so it's unlikely you would have gotten that nationwide injunction in that particular situation, as it stands right now. The ruling could be good. About the nationwide injunctions? No. Because if you have a nationwide injunction that is like a bad ruling, eventually it's going to get overturned by one of the higher courts. That's just how that works. This now says you cannot make universal injunctions against the executive. The only way you can do an injunction is on the specific case itself. So no, it's not a good ruling. So basically, what they're saying, like in this case, for example, if someone brings a case against the denial of birthright citizenship, while they adjudicate the case, they can only do an injunction on that specific plaintiff. Even though the executive order may be unconstitutional, they cannot rule that this is unconstitutional and we're doing a nationwide injunction so you can't use this on anybody else. They can only say this is unconstitutional and therefore you can only be enjoined on this one specific case, which means that individuals who are going to be negatively affected by an unconstitutional ruling can only do it if, A, they have the money for a litigant, right, to actually bring this case forward, or B, they're part of a class action, which is going to take a lot longer, and they might not even hear about. So no, I don't think this is good. I think this is very bad. One of these two options, like there are situations where a nationwide injunction no. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like if the judge wants to do an injunction on the specific case, they should be able to do that, right? Just because they do an injunction doesn't mean it has to be a universal injunction. But they had the discretion, like you said, to decide whether they were implementing a nationwide injunction or like an individual injunction. But if they're being presented with something that's unconstitutional, obviously they're going to want to do a nationwide injunction. But now they don't have that ability anymore. So they actually have to go through the litigation, which, who knows, right? There are cases where litigation can take months, even years sometimes. And in the meantime, right, let's say in this case, in the meantime, they've stripped birthright citizenship from all of these people, and let's say they end up, ruling at the Supreme Court that this executive order is unconstitutional, which, God, I was wrong about this ruling, so, who knows, I'm going to be wrong about that ruling, but this one seems really fucking obvious that it's unconstitutional to do that executive order. So but who fucking knows, honestly, at this point. But it seems, they've got to. It would be crazy if they overturned birthright citizenship. But regardless, let's say that they do this, right, and they uphold birthright citizenship and they rule the EO unconstitutional. In the meantime, in the time it takes for them to actually see that case, you now have all of these babies who were born in the United States, right, who were denied citizenship. And in the meantime, Stephen Miller is sending out his goons to deport them and their families. And then suddenly, we find out, we get a ruling that, oh, no, actually they do get citizenship, but they're already gone. They've already been deported. But Cosmic, a nationwide injunction can be overturned by the Supreme Court. That's the thing. There were safeguards. There were procedures in place for dealing with nationwide injunctions. They literally were getting pissy because they couldn't do it at the speed they wanted to do it. They didn't want to follow the precedent. They just wanted to be able to do it with impunity without getting stopped by judges until it gets to the Supreme Court, which means they have more time to do potentially unconstitutional actions across a wider range, right? And then just only have to deal with the specific cases that they're dealing with. I mean, like, think about it. Again, it's pretty crazy, right? The judge gets presented with a case. They rule that the executive order that is being challenged in this case is unconstitutional. And the only thing they can do, even though they've ruled that it's unconstitutional, is stop it in that particular case, which means ostensibly that the federal government can keep carrying out something that has been ruled constitutional against all of these other people in the meantime. It just doesn't make any sense. And yeah, it was working. It's just, they are ruling on the case before them. They're not ruling on any other case, Cosmic. They're ruling on the case before them. And they're determining that this executive order is unconstitutional. And so they put an injunction on the executive order. That unconstitutionality doesn't change because you're in a different state. They've ruled it's unconstitutional, and the injunction is on the use of that unconstitutional order. I don't see an issue here. They're not ruling on any other cases. They're ruling on the use of an unconstitutional order. Okay? By enjoining the order, they are providing relief to the party present. That is what this order, that is what this ruling is saying. That they can only provide relief to the present party. That was not the status quo until this order. And it had never been the status quo for nearly 250 years of American jurisprudence. I'm sorry. No, that's not how this works. It is up to the judge. It is up to a federal judge. This is not like a local judge. It's a federal judge. They're going to determine if it's unconstitutional. They can enjoin the order. And then they can appeal the order. If they appeal the injunction and it gets overturned, then good job. If it doesn't get overturned, then appeal it to the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court can either uphold or reject the order. This system has worked fine the way it is. This idea that somehow they have to be limited to only talking about the party present when there are years and years and years and years and years and years of case law and precedent showing that they can do this and they have done this without issue before. I don't know why we're suddenly deciding, oh, it has to be this way. If it's unconstitutional, it's unconstitutional. Doesn't mean it's just unconstitutional in that one party. I think the liberal justices see this as a sneaky attempt to get around the issue, which is why they're focusing on this, because this to them is the real issue. The idea of universal injunctions is not that big of a problem. They're trying to point it out that somehow this is a big problem, but the reality is, if you have a problem with the injunction, you appeal. You appeal and you go to the next court. And then you go to the court after that. The argument that this is bringing irreparable harm on the government is a ridiculous argument. But they said so at the beginning. They said at the beginning of this dissent, the reason that they're talking about this is because they believe the actions of the plaintiffs to be essentially cynical. And they're focusing on what they think this is actually about. Because they know the plaintiffs don't have a case here. And they know that even the conservative justices wouldn't go with this, because it's blatantly unconstitutional. So they're using something that technically is not in the Constitution, but has 2.5 centuries of precedent. Because technically it's not in the Constitution. Nope. For the first, it wasn't often, but they did do it. So in the first 175 years, typically they didn't, probably because they didn't need to. I'd have to look at the specific cases. But throughout that time, there were nationwide injunctions. They became more popular later on, but it happened. And regardless, like, I just don't... It's... So, it is more common recently than it was. It was definitely a lot rarer in the earlier jurisprudence, but it did happen from time to time for, like, major cases. But then again, you know, the constitutional challenges generally didn't have the nationwide. A lot of times, well, they did have the nationwide effects, but they didn't have the they didn't have like multiple parties nationwide bringing them. Is my understanding. And they haven't completely. They basically, essentially, and I need to look at like the specific details of when they can and can't issue a nationwide injunction, because this technically curbed it, didn't completely eliminate it. But in a situation like the birthright citizenship, it did curb it from doing that. And I have to look at the details of where it did or didn't. But that's the issue with which I'm specifically having a problem with at the moment. And as I continue to read this, I'll be able to articulate that a little bit more specifically. If it was any other case, it would have been 9-0 ruling. What are you talking about? If you're so sure, then why didn't they completely eliminate nationwide injunctions? Good night, guys. They literally did that, though. It happened under Joe Biden. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Yeah. I mean, I think, like I said, I think there may be specific situations where, like, a nationwide injunction. Yeah, I mean, like, there could be specific situations where a nationwide injunction isn't appropriate. However, rather than outlawing them completely, I think we should let it how precedent was going and let the appeal system deal with that, unless there's clear, immediate, irreparable harm. And that's kind of how we were doing it before anyway, right? They were getting emergency relief from the Supreme Court whenever they were claiming irreparable harm. So I just don't feel like this was necessary. Anyway, I'm gonna bring up your arguments with when I speak to my uncle though, because I want to hear his opinion on that, Cosmic. Because I think I mean, like, yeah, I think there is some discussion to be had about nationwide injunctions in general. But I guess my position is the status quo seemed to be working well enough, and this sort of throws a wrench in everything and makes everything like way more difficult when it doesn't seem like it needs to be. But I think, I think these are valid questions that you're bringing up for sure. Anyway. Oh. Alright. They could have done this ruling another way. What do you mean specifically? Could have just not taken up the case. Yeah. I don't know. I have the feeling that this ruling is going to get challenged in future courts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Cosmic. Like, rule on the injunction itself, on the specific injunction. I don't know why we needed... I didn't think a sweeping ruling was needed for this. Alright. Let me say this. We're on page 12. Oh, I need a break from this. We'll come back to this next time. I think this is a good time for dailies. Alright. Okay. Oscar the Grouch, the Count, Cookie Monster, Big Bird? Nice. Marx Brother. Trump's cabinet. Happening. Fresh. Chic. Current. Nice. Harp. Halo. Robe. Wings. Oh, fuck yeah. Blood Brothers, Blues Brothers, Chemical Brothers, Marx Brothers. Let's go. And this time you can't even accuse me of cheating because you fucking watched me. You watched me not look at Tiny while he did this. This was actually kind of an easy one today, though. Oh, George W. This is the Panama Canal, right? Okay. Oh, where on the Panama Canal though? It's got to be like right around here, right? It'll be around here. IMAX Panama Canal. I don't know where it is. We'll go here. We're gonna say 2004, unless we can spy like a date here. Oh. All right. Nice. Nice. Hey, we take that. Hey, we take that. Oh, God, another black and white one. Ah, fuck off. January 9th. Knows you cheated multiple screens. Mika, I think, is like running full sprint in her dream right now. It's very cute. Alright, I mean, it's obviously very early, right? I hate this, though. I do that, and it's always like 10, 12 years off. It's so fucking annoying. Commonwealth. Hmm. Damn. This is tough. That's a British flag. Oh no, we got lots of different flags here. It's wild looking at one of these photos because, like, everyone here, with, like, the possible but unlikely exception of, like, the babies, are all definitely dead. That's a New Zealand flag, right? I'm getting like New Zealand vibes here. I don't know. Fuck. I don't think we're getting any other clues. I'm gonna guess New Zealand. Let's say Auckland. Oh god. We're gonna get like 0 points here. Oh! I think I played enough of these that I get like the feel of New Zealand. Okay, cool. Oh boy. Conspiracy theorists. Here they come. So this has got to be like 64, 65, 66, 67, something like that, right? And then, were they training at Cape Canaveral? No, they were probably training in Houston, right? Shit. They fake the Moonland check Area 51, right? Where is Mission Control in Houston? Oh, I don't know, man. This is tough. This could also be like a soundstage in California. Fuck. This could be like JPL or in LA. This could be Houston. This could be fucking Cape Canaveral. That's the sun on the right. Or it could be like a reenactment that they're doing for the people. We're like watching about the moon landing. I don't know, dude. I'm just going to go with Houston. And I'm going to say 67. 69. Hey! I should have just said 69. Damn it. Okay. Dude, we're doing pretty good. Oh, God. Nope. Oh, okay. 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 Nairobi and Mombasa. Nakuru. Naivasha. What about these? Eldoret, Gair, Arusha, Cape Town. Oh, man. Oh, no. Those are really fucking far. $33 miles. Is that what this is saying? Yeah, because Cape Town, 4,020 miles. Okay. Okay. So is it between Nairobi... I think it's in Kenya, right? And then Mombasa is over here, so it's probably like on this side of Nairobi. There's Naivasha. So maybe like here somewhere. And then we're gonna, this looks like the 30s. 32 maybe? 4 years, 132 miles. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. We'll take that. London. What station is this? And then what? This is going to be like the 40s? I mean, it's in color. Obviously a very central part of London. Wonder if that Wrigley's is still there. No, that's not what this is. It's just a sign for it, right? London School of... Nah, that's not it. But it's got to be kind of one of those central ones where all these streets come together. Yeah, I don't think it's this, right? Oh shit. No. No. Mm-mm. It's a tough one. The year I'm getting like, I can't really tell with the cars because these are like London cars, but like the photo makes me feel like the 40s or 50s. Say 50. See if we can see it better from up here. No, that doesn't help at all. Damn. Hmm. Yeah, it's gotta be like in a main, like downtown area, right? I think we already checked this one, right? Yes. Fuck it. Just gonna guess somewhere. We're gonna say Dublin. What makes you think Dublin? This is like the... That's not Dublin. Yeah, it's London. You think it's Trafalgar? Well, let me look at Trafalgar. I don't know. It didn't seem like it to me, but you might be right. I don't think so. Oh, that was making you think it was Dublin. I got you. I got you. I don't know, man. This is a tough one to get it specifically. I mean, it's definitely in London. 81? I don't think so, buddy. Look at the clothes. Look at the cars. '71? You think they had these cars in London in '71? I don't think so. I mean, maybe you're right. Let's see. I'm just going to guess here because I don't fucking know. I'm feeling like 50s. I mean, look at the clothes. I might be dooming myself. Did I? I don't think I beat my top score, right? No, but I was close. I was really close. Damn. Ooh. Oh, shit. Damn. Okay. That was a really good one, though, guys. We had good dailies today. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's watch some slop. Just for Cosmic. Kind of want to... I've been working my brain so hard for most of the stream. I want to kind of relax with some stupid shit. Ooh, Elika Laban and Dave Smith. Yeah, I know. Anything over... My standard is 40K. If I get below 40K, I feel like we had a bad day. Looks like Hutch, Josiah, Econoboy, and Pisco had a panel. This could be interesting. This will take us to the end. But let's definitely 1.5 this.
Need Pisco, okay? We don't need him. He and Hutch, I heard, finally had their first their Hutch appearance. Like, they went onto each other's stream, and Hutch was like, you know, I sparred with Josiah, I sparred with the Convoy, but you and I have not sparred all that much, and they did. They did for like 2 hours. I didn't get to hear the whole thing, but it got real.
He just always stays so quiet when I'm sparring with you and the Convoy.
It's because he's not paying attention. He's just high all the time. You know how he is. It's unbelievable. Wildly unprofessional.
New York lawyer. I mean, what else can you?
Damn, look at this stud right here.
Stop talking about
Yo,
No, let's
what
talk
up,
shit
what
to
up?
his face. God,
Yo,
this
you
guy.
talking some shit? You talking some shit, bro?
Dude,
What up, bro?
Pisco is straight up in Death Stranding too. Like that character looks so.
I saw that.
I saw it too because
Didn't
he
you say
texted
he's
it
some
to
sort
me.
of fucking deviant or something like that? Like,
Oh
like,
boy.
Yeah.
What?
Did you say that that character was like some sort of like unlikable?
Yeah,
person,
you
just
want
like
a
the
peanut.
Ramsay Bolton of
Come
Death
here.
Stranding 2?
Come here
Like,
with me.
some sort of vicious pervert.
I'm
Sorry,
maintaining
Harry.
division is what you're doing, and I see right through you.
Yeah, I see right there. Unbreakable bond.
That's good.
It's like in the Matrix.
Did you call
You know,
me?
you say that.
Because you're fucking
Oh.
late.
I was on top.
You know, you say that, Cosmic, and yet, how often do I see you? Do I run into you in Hutch's chat?
It was 7 o'clock. I was in.
I don't believe you. It's fake news. Fake news.
Fake news media.
Fake news.
We're here on a Friday. Can you believe it, guys?
Yeah,
Are we
Hutch
live, by
needed
the
to
way?
collect. We are live. Hutch needed to collect his thoughts after Zoran dominated the Democratic primary.
Oh,
So we
are you
can't
for
have this
victory
show.
lap? Victory lap for
Guys,
Econo,
listen,
boy.
let me just say. I don't know if we want to pull up the article, but I did write several months ago. I wrote, and,
Only
you know,
one
ever
loner
since Alan
sends
Lichtman
me
took
there.
the hugest
Fair
L in
enough.
his entire career, the keys are dead
Loner
now.
is.
I said, we need a new set of keys.
I'm gonna be honest. I've actually probably been watching more Loner than Destiny lately.
Okay, these keys are going to be how to win a Democratic primary. I wrote them down. Zoran 100%ed all of my keys to success.
Is
And
it
of course
my
he
Democratic
succeeded.
Party wish list? Is that what
That's
it was?
right. That's right, Josiah.
Oh,
He
my goodness.
100%ed my wish list. And
Uh-oh.
Hutch, you know, all this talk, Hutch, oh, progressives
Oh
never
my
win primaries.
God,
Let's
oh
just
my
say I'm not
God.
surprised. All right. No, I am kind of surprised. I was surprised that Zoran won as well as he did. But
Didn't you endorse Cuomo?
Potatoes,
Right.
potating.
It was
He did.
strategic. I figured people
There
would
we
hate
go.
my endorsement so much that they would vote for Zoran. So yeah.
Don't ask where Hutch was on election day.
Wait, did he?
This is how it starts,
Did
right?
he
Like,
Hana
you do the
boy?
little jokes, but then fucking some idiots.
Did
say
he
no.
actually endorse Cuomo, or is that a
Really think
joke?
that I'm fucking bummed that he won. even though I
No,
said
he's
I'd
not
vote for him.
bummed. He's not bummed. He's definitely not bummed. And you know what? I have to say, we had a good conversation today, Hutch, and he said that he was optimistic. He said he was happy that they proved themselves, and this is exactly what he wanted for the progressives to do. And so, you know what? I think people are giving Hutch too much of a hard time.
To be clear, though. Go ahead, Josiah.
No, you. I was gonna say that you even tweeted progressives can talk that shit now that they've made at least some strides, some like
Yeah.
little strides. They've earned credibility with you.
At least, you know, in this moment, they've earned the right to talk shit. Because like my big thing for pushing back against some
They
of the
did get a
critiques
win.
that I was hearing was that it was all like this endless conversation about how the Democratic Party failed, and then so my natural question was.
Yeah,
okay,
I mean, I think I prefer Destiny,
but
but I have been
like a
watching
bigger deal than
more
when AOC won.
Loner.
It's a city of 9+ million people elected a Democratic.
But I think I
socialist.
still
Like, that
prefer
doesn't show
Destiny
you
overall.
that something could be going on right
To
now.
the nomination. But you're right about that, Hutch. Wait, I'm gonna make a comment.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry,
Hutch, you're right about that, Hutch. That's I think how to win.
I mean,
God damn it! Why are we?
He's
It's
probably
like
gonna
you
win,
close your fucking eyes and it's like a
Let
doppelganger.
me, hold on, let me do my
Is that
Pisco
right,
impression
Hutch?
real quick. No, I'm just kidding.
He's probably gonna win, right? That's what the numbers.
Probably, yeah.
suggest.
But
He's gonna be facing two independent, candidates in addition to the Republican, right? Mayor Adams is
Why
running
is
for
this
re-election.
happening?
He's got like a barely double-digit approval rating.
The
He's
Republican.
Andrew Cuomo is going to be running as an independent. I think he's confirmed.
Does it go to a runoff if the person doesn't get to 50%?
Ranked choice.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's for the primary. I'm not sure if the actual election
Closing
is
open
ranked choice. I think the
windows.
actual election is first past the post. I could be wrong about that. Someone
Pisco's never voted before. Pisco
I
lives
voted
in
in
the
the
Big Apple, but
primary.
he
I
doesn't.
voted in the primary. No, but I have voted in the election before. I actually voted. Let me see. Did I vote for
Oh,
Eric
maybe
Adams?
once
I actually
this
don't think
finishes
I was.
I think you did, and I think
No,
you
I
celebrated
didn't.
his victory.
No,
I think
no,
you're
no.
like, this
I was
is
in
a man who's a
another.
model of.
I was in another state at the time, I think. Yep. So I didn't vote for Eric Adams. That's confirmed. But I
Bullshit.
will
Not even
say,
true.
I think I'm correct. I'm about to double check. Yes, the general is first past the post. The primary is ranked choice, and so it's just whoever gets the most amount of votes.
Yeah, so
So
he's
what
going to
I-
be facing two independents and whoever Bill Ackman decides to bankroll.
Whoa, are you JQing? Are you JQing on stream?
No, he's announced it. He said
Do you
that-
love Israel? You're gonna visit Israel?
I think that's the first question that every politician, from like the New York mayor to the comptroller to like the local dog catcher, should be answering. But Ackman's apparently come out and said that he's engaged with other wealthy people in New York, and they're willing to throw a shit ton of money at some sort of general election challenger. Surprised
Yeah,
he's just
that's
not going.
ominous.
Yeah, but
just
why not
don't-
just back Adams then? Like I don't get that.
Because Adams
He's
sucks.
fucked.
I mean, they're in like
Adams
these guys are in such a
sucks.
rock and a hard place, right? Because you've got in New York City, you've got like, Democratic Socialist Zohran, who is the most offensive candidate, of course, of the
Dylan
bunch, right?
Burns
But then
is
you've
pretty
got
great, too,
historically
you're
corrupt
right.
Mayor Adams. You've got historically corrupt and also sex pest Andrew Cuomo, and then you've got MAGA right-wing, idiot
He's not
Republican.
MAGA. He hates MAGA, but yes, he is crazy. His name is
Let's be
Curtis.
real. Hates MAGA. Okay,
Well, he
he's
hates
a
Trump.
Republican.
He hates Trump, and but he
Hates
does wear a
Trump.
beret, and he's a kind of weirdo, so he might as well love Trump.
Apparently, the Republican Party's trying to woo him into the Trump administration in an attempt to sabotage Zoran. I don't know. It could be bullshit, but
Well,
like,
I mean,
like,
there's
if
not-
he pulled out, then maybe there would be a better chance that Adams or
even if
Cuomo
it
would
was,
beat him.
in my opinion, I feel like even if it was a 1-to-1 race, like just Zoran versus either Adams or Cuomo, I just can't imagine that there's like an actually vibrant coalition of anti-Zoran people relative to the apparently already existing anti-Adams and anti-Cuomo coalitions, right? So it's hard to imagine that Zoran is as polarizing as those guys. But I don't know. We'll see.
Wait, don't you think Cuomo and Adams being, Democrats or ex-Democrats, you don't think it'll split the vote away from Zoran in favor of whoever the Republican candidate is?
A little bit, but like not, like marginally. I don't imagine it would be that big of a deal. I mean, because the primary, I think that the Democratic primary for New York's mayor's race, it's not unusual for that to have a higher turnout than the actual general election. And so, I just wouldn't be surprised if Zoran's base, which is much more excited and vibrant, especially in a first past the post election, like Pisco said. I mean, if all you need to do to win is get 42% of the vote, I mean, I just imagine Zoran's the most likely candidate to be able to do that, right?
Hey, real quick before we continue, I want to. Oh my
this
God.
He's one of my reply guys.
I know. Listen. Here's the reason I'm bringing him up. So I clicked on a video of yours today, Pisco, or maybe it was yesterday, and I can't remember which one it was. It might have been your Ryan conversation, and I think it was this guy had like 40 fucking comments
Unhinged,
in the
unhinged.
VOD, in the VOD.
He's fighting in the trenches in the VOD, not even the main
Not
videos.
the live chat, the VOD.
Yeah,
Holy fuck! Sorry. So
I have the most unhinged haters. They range in political view. I have haters on the right, haters on the left, haters in the middle. They all hate me. But you know what? That's why I hang out with you guys because you all love me.
We
right?
hate your fucking guts too. I mean, so you're right.
I've been informed that the majority of my haters in the shared live and learn, they come from you, Pisco. That's what I'm told.
I believe that.
So do you think I have the most left-wing audience? Is that what you're saying?
Wait, hold on. Let's just test it. So, like, the Kara guy, is that your guy?
I don't even know who that is.
Said, did majority report speak out against violence in LA? The real question, right, Hutch?
This guy right here.
That guy. Who's that guy? Is he in your chat?
Never heard of him. Don't know anything about him.
In your chat, Pisco?
Wait, let's see.
You think like Pisco has a
No,
spreadsheet
he's not.
or something like that?
He's not. He's not in my chat. This is
probably
one of
not
yours.
then.
This is one of yours. Vladimir Putin's in my chat, though. I will say that.
Is he?
He goes up in my chat too.
Yeah.
Damn. So yeah, that's. I mean, this is. I was stunned. I was actually at like a kind of slapdash bachelor party or whatever. It's one of those thirsty peddlers where you get on that basically the mobile bar and you have to pedal and it takes you around town. And it was the first time in weeks that I had not looked at Twitter or like the political news or whatever. And so when we get back, I saw that Kyle Kalinske had dropped like a breaking news video about Zoran, and I was stunned. I was honestly not expecting that. My cynical expectations led me to believe that Cuomo would squeak ahead. So it's awesome. It's awesome news.
Always trust the econo keys, guys. The
Hey,
econo keys are always right.
Kamala, bro.
Whoa.
I did not predict. No, I did not predict. Bet money right now. $10.
How much you want to bet? $10?
$10 says I did not say Kamala.
Okay, hold on. You gave two potential maps, I think. One was a confident map.
Okay, so now we're backing off of our original claim.
Well, that doesn't make what I said untrue, though. You, in one of your maps, the optimistic map, you gave Texas to Kamala.
No, $10, Hutch. Come on, put your money.
Am I fucking crazy, dude? I will bet you $10.
He doesn't want to put $10. Okay, $10.
Yes.
Okay, and let me pull up my election, my Econoboy.
No. It was on an episode of Live and Learn.
It was a live and learn. It was a live and learn.
No, the map that I showed was from my Twitter. Okay, and the Twitter map said there were two maps. Okay, one of the maps was the presidential election, in which I did not predict Kamala would win Texas. I did. No, Hutch, you're gonna owe me $10, goddamn. Okay, and then
listen, I know what I remember.
Listen, Hutch, I had.
Kamala, I saw it.
You're an old man. You don't have a. You don't
Whoa,
remember your
Whoa, now you're ageist.
Ageism.
God damn.
Ageism.
Listen, I gotta say
Everyone
this. There's, I think Pisco and I both share this unhinged reply, guy. Speaking of Hutch betting, that every time he's in my replies, all he does is like, and by the way, your buddy Hutch bet me X amount of dollars, and he won't fucking pay up or something like that. So
Who's this? Who is this? Lisandro Peña?
Debate something. Debate.
Debate board. That's J-Mac.
No. Debate enjoyer.
Debate board. Oh,
No,
average
yeah,
debate
that guy.
enjoyer.
Yeah.
This
So,
guy's unhinged.
man, he's like walking around with a fucking club. He's looking to like bust your kneecaps. I wear my money, man. You know. So
He hates me.
I ended up blocking that guy on Twitter because he was in every single post in the replies.
he's probably in that room with you right now, standing behind that curtain.
Fucking, what are you talking about? You think that they? I would probably sooner. I would hang out with Lisandro Peña before I would hang out with that guy. I would hang out with Debate Board before I would hang out with Average Debate Enjoyer. That guy seems scary. He's a scary guy.
These names are lost to me. Would you still grab a beer with Rob Noor?
Yeah, I would.
Where are you guys now?
Yeah, I would. What do you mean? Where are we? In terms of our friendship?
Yeah, you've cut loose. You've gotten pretty ruthless with him. I mean, I'm glad to see it. I just didn't know if you.
I've always been ruthless. I feel like I've always been ruthless. You think I've been soft on him? Oh, you think I've been soft?
I think he's much more likely to take off the gloves with you much more quickly than
True,
vice
yeah.
versa.
So that's kind of true with a lot of people.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Hold on, let's get back to Mom Downey because there's a lot to
Mom
talk about
Downey.
here. So all right. So what do you guys think happens here? Like, let's just assume he wins. What's the most likely scenario that plays out over the next year?
We have a Marxist utopia in the Big Apple in 11 months.
I love those memes, by the way, where it's like, it's the 200th day of Mandami's administration, and we've just converted to, But I generally think that the administration as a mayoral, candidate, and then eventually as a mayor, it's not like he's going to be able to change the foundation.
I don't mind
of how the city
Josiah.
runs, and he's going to have a
Kinda like
lot of things
Hutch.
that hold him back in terms of doing the grossly exaggerated things that people accuse him of wanting. He wants to put in like 5 or 6 public grocery stores. Not the biggest of deals in a bunch of the food deserts in the city. He wants to establish
Econo Boy can be
some
kind
taxes.
of a
He'll probably
retard.
need help from the state, or at least from the city council to do that. And so I don't.
And
in terms of
Pisco,
policy, I'm not sure
it depends on the day whether he's going to be a retard or
how
not.
much he's going to be able to change unless he's able to rally a coalition behind him. In general, I think it bodes well for the Democratic Party generally because I think it'll lead to primary challenges and greater energy and less boomerism.
Econo Boy, predictions?
for his first year as mayor, if he wins, yeah, I mean, I don't think that every person who runs for an executive office, whether it's mayor, governor, or president, I think you can kind of count on like maybe 10 or 15% of their agenda getting done, generally speaking. Yeah, similar to Pisco, I think maybe there's a budget that has a little bit of money set aside for buying a few grocery stores and making them publicly owned grocery stores. Maybe there's movement on like free childcare. I could see maybe a lot of Albany Democrats getting behind something like that. And I think free buses is one of those things that maybe there's potential in it, but
some sort of pilot program for it, maybe.
Yeah, I think your best bet if you're Zohran Madani is kind of like a Michelle Wu type situation where, he's able to get at least some of his more popular things done. His rhetoric and his outreach is really, really good, and he maintains a decent approval rating. And maybe if he can continue this coalition building all the way into re-election, it's more possible that he could, get a more acquiescent city council. I mean, one of the issues with
Sorry to interrupt. We have super chats real quick. $10. Love your stream, Josiah. Thank you, YOLO Swag. $10. Love your stream, Hutch from YOLO Swag.
That was in my chat.
$10. Love your stream, Econoboy, and then they stopped right there. That was it. So congratulations to the three of us. I'm sorry you were saying Econoboy.
Thanks so much, guys. No, I mean, I think that one of the problems, especially with a lot of his housing proposals, is that all moderate Democrats are very NIMBY, very, very NIMBY people, honestly. And so I think that it would be hard for him to get a lot of his housing stuff done. So I don't know. I mean, I think that his actual accomplishments will be very muted compared to his campaign rhetoric, but that's normal, I think. I mean, that would have been true with any candidate, I imagine. So.
All right,
That's what I've been saying. Like, everybody's freaking out. I don't think he's going to be able to do a bunch of the shit that he
I'm
wants
here to watch
to.
Hutch tell us that we should do the same thing.
Yeah, top row. I'm gonna start documenting all of these. Okay. One by one, I'm gonna identify.
Oh I saw a great tweet. It was like, if Mamdani had moderated, no, not Mamdani. If Cuomo had moderated on trans sports, maybe he would have won the primary.
Such a good meme. Such a good meme.
That was a great tweet.
I want to say though a couple of things on Mamdani. I think his ability to run a campaign will be looked at, and I think we should.
What's a waste? I agree, but he's also a fucker who a lot of people don't like, so what are you going to do? Like, what can you do about it?
Take notes even for national candidates for.
Steele?
Hmm?
You there?
What? Yeah, I'm here.
Were you sleeping?
No.
Have you been listening to all of this?
Yeah, what you can do about it? No, not much.
Okay.
Can't really do much.
Yeah. Steele, you are pro Cuomo, right? Chat asks.
If I'm pro Cuomo?
Yeah, in New York. I don't think you really care. Do you care?
I don't give a shit.
Yeah, he's Swedish. He doesn't give two shits.
There are too many fucking Americans in America.
In fact, I think you probably prefer Mamdani because it's worse for America.
Who?
The Mamdani, the progressive who just won the Democratic nomination.
Oh yeah, Muslim man, yeah. Him.
Yeah.
Honestly, I find it more entertaining if he wins. I find it the worst option if current doofus is still in power.
Eric Adams, yeah. I don't know what they're thinking trying to get Eric Adams in. The dude's a fucking corrupt motherfucker.
And I don't know who is the Republican.
He's a dude who wears a beret.
Oh, he seems cool.
I thought it was cringe, but okay.
Well, he might want to be French. Who knows?
Zordon, as Tiny calls him. That's funny. He might want to be French. I guess he's part of like a community watch or whatever. So.
Oh, he's part of the SA. Got it.
SA? You mean SS?
No, SA.
I don't know what that is.
Sturmabteilung.
Oh, great. Awesome. He's an anti-Trump Republican, though, so he's not that bad.
You didn't know what the essay was?
No, I don't think so.
Interesting.
I can't keep track of all of them, okay? Not all of us had a Nazi grandfather or great-grandfather.
I am sorry. What now? This is rude.
I'm just fucking with you, buddy. Just giving you a hard time. Okay, back to it.
For broader coalitions, and I think that people like Chuck
shit.
Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand, you should be wondering what your future is in the Democratic Party, and you should be a little bit less, I would say, pompous in your rhetoric, a little less hesitant in getting on board to support the Democratic nominee. I just want to say one more time, this is our nominee, and we need to back the nominee. I would have backed Cuomo. And so I expect all these Hutch motherfuckers. I'm just kidding. It's a joke, Hutch. I expect all of these fucking losers.
I mean, there's definitely an element of vote blue no matter who, but also like it depends on how he moderates his rhetoric going into the general.
Interests who are like, oh, well, he can talk about. Get in line. If you support the policy, if you support the party, you should support the party's candidate. And when I hear Kirsten Gillibrand, this
do
loser
not
that we have in the
agree
Senate, who
with a
voted for the
statement
continuing
like
resolution, who's weak on Trump, who's weak on
no
voted for the
matter
Genius
who.
Act too, which basically gives a green light for Trump.
Yeah,
with his
but
stable and meme coins.
Yes, she did. Yes, she totally did vote on that. Yep. So this is a.
I don't think he's
going
gonna be able to do a lot of the shit he's campaigned on. So like, I don't know. I'm just not that worried about him personally.
Contest of Kirsten Gillibrand, of Schumer, and also of Kathy Hochul.
Oh,
I think
sure.
we are done with boomerism.
He
We're
is
done with these
definitely
voters who
not
are- they don't know
going
what
to
the
be
fuck they're doing. And now she's
able
lying about
to
Mamdani, saying that he
fucking
supports jihad, or at least that he said
freeze
something about
rent
jihad.
across the
There were
city.
literally-
Yeah, that
there were a
ain't
handful-
happening.
He might be able to
Clyburn,
do
right? A
that.
handful
He
of Democrats
will
in the House who
not be
endorsed
able
Cuomo in the
to
primary,
do.
right? And that is just
Well,
that
I'm
is
not done
unfucking acceptable.
speaking.
Okay, endorsing and Bill
Jesus,
Clinton endorsed Cuomo
fucking
too. Okay, and he's a bitch.
But what's funny
Mr.
is what's hilarious
Go
is that
ahead.
President Clinton endorsed Cuomo,
Sound
but
of
I
his
think he
own
did
fucking
before President
voice
Obama
all the fucking time.
All right, calm down, Jesus Christ.
I think he will not be able to do. Well, I know he won't be able to do the fucking tax increases on the 1%.
That's gonna be tough to get through. Yeah. What's going
That
on,
is not
Nick?
a thing.
Welcome.
Not a thing the mayor of a city can do.
Right, that would have to be done by like the state legislature, right?
Yes, which she is a part of right now.
Right. Maybe he has a lot of friends there. What is up?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I don't really know too much about the makeup of the New York State legislature, if I'm honest. I just don't know. So he could, he might not. I have no clue, honestly.
Neither do I. I just find your country's system very inefficient.
I think Hochul is a fan of whoever the Democrat is. She came from Cuomo, but she's the governor, and usually the governor isn't going to endorse somebody in a primary. So I don't really know. She didn't really say so publicly, but one could maybe assume that. But she's also the governor, so she's not really going to have anything to do with what the state legislature does. She could veto it. I mean, there's always that possibility.
This when Mamdani won the primary, President Clinton.
I don't think the governor sets the tax policy, right? I thought it was state legislature. Let's see.
It is the state legislature.
They introduced the budget proposals. Okay. So the executive introduces the budget proposal, but it has to be passed by the legislature. So then, yeah, she proposes it. Yeah. I was just thinking as I was looking that up, I was like, well, wait a minute. I know that Newsom proposes budgets to the legislature of our state. So, yeah, Mamdani's smoking the good shit then. If he thinks he's going to be able to do that. Because I don't see her proposing that.
Actually pretty quickly like congratulated him publicly and all this, so he got on board with the whole we back the candidate no matter what. And yeah, that lack of attitude is really discouraging. I will say, because we've got a lot to talk about in this hour and a half, since we're talking about abolishing the old guard, it's important to note that we have a new ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia, who is part of the Democratic leadership anyway. I think he's about 40 years old. He's definitely one, like AOC would still be my primary choice, but this was a good pick. This was like a really solid step in the right direction. Garcia's smart. He has increased his aggressive rhetoric. He was the one who went viral because he called Elon Musk. He said something like, since March...
Chat, who is your preferred candidate for the Democrats for 2028? All of you sound off. Let's see who you got.
Taylor Greene's throwing dick pics around. I've got a dick pic, and he pulled out a picture of Elon Musk during.
Well, obviously, it's way too early, but way too early choice.
Hearing, yeah, like shit like that. Like, so he's like stepping up his game. So I'm really encouraged that they didn't go with like Mifune and some of the other like 78-year-olds who were in contention. How do you all feel about this?
You know, like in Harry Potter, the Defense Against the Dark Arts post is cursed.
Cursed.
Watch them just keep like nominating these old geriatric people to be oversight, and then everyone dies who takes it. No, I totally agree. This is not the worst I could have picked, and I think AOC wasn't in the running even. So whatever.
No, yeah, she refused. Like she's technically no longer on the committee. She could have still, I think, like through some procedural shenanigans, they said that she could have thrown her hat in the ring, but she declined to do so because she didn't think that she was going to like overcome the seniority rule. Jasmine Crockett threw her hat in the ring. She came in last of the 4 candidates. But yeah, Garcia won the day, and this is good. Again, no AOC, but a solid fucking step in the right direction and a colossal improvement. So I'm excited to see that we seem to slowly be learning our lesson, maybe, possibly.
So back to the Mamdani situation. I want to say the best way that you can, because I feel like this is important, just Saya. The best way that you can send a message to like the moderate old guard of the party is simply by winning elections. And Zoran is like a very charismatic guy, obviously hired a really competent team who I think they were very savvy in terms of their social media strategy. It was just a really impressive campaign. And he's kind of like, I mean, do you guys agree? He's kind of abnormally good in terms of like Riz.
Yeah.
He's a very charismatic guy, and so like the stars aligned, and
he's a millennial. He has that millennial riz to him. And,
What
and
are
I think
you
if
doing,
there's another-
guys?
who's that
Jesus
candidate?
Christ!
It's also a
Y'all,
congressional
all of
district
you
in
are
New York.
like in your 30s, and Hutch is like,
No, that's in
what?
Illinois. That's
In his
that's
40s?
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's,
Why are
so
y'all
these
saying
candidates,
the
they just speak
word
better.
Riz?
They're
Can
more
we
comfortable on
not,
camera.
please?
They understand technology, and so it's not as much of a hump for them to just like become media savvy and media trained than some of these old people.
Abba Gonzalez is she's funny. Number one, I think she used to work for Zateo and either Vox or Vice or somewhere else before that. Then she decided to run for office. Her like campaign slogan is "What if Democrats didn't suck?" And she triggers the right like no other. She was on CNN with one of those panels with Scott Jennings and was like just dunking on him left, right, and center. And then,
bro, this dialogue is kind of cancer. I'm not gonna lie. Like, why are we talking about this instead of fucking policy?
she just went viral the other day because she was like on some sort of like protest, and she flipped somebody off, and the right like was like, oh my god, you know, the Cataba Gonzalez is flipping off, you know, pro-life protesters, and she put up a video. She's like, yeah, so there's a picture of me going around flipping off a pro-life protester who was like hurling invective at children and people like that, and yeah, I did it, and no, I wouldn't apologize, and I'd fucking do it again. Like, just totally standing 10 toes down on business. It was awesome. So she's very unapologetic. I don't know, I think she's still not like a front runner in the primary, but I think she's in second place.
Maybe we should send Hassan over to all of these different campaigns, and that'll make things better because, you know, it worked with Mamdani. I'm sure Hassan had a great influence on the actual electoral outcome with Mamdani, and so we should just be sending him around, getting him in, like, endorsing people. What do you think of that?
Hold on, before we get to that, Pisco, is Direful your guy?
Probably. Hang on, let me check.
Let's see, Direful. Hutch is desperate to attribute Mamdani's win to charisma. The reality is he ran a populist campaign that brought thousands of volunteers that knocked down over 500,000 doors. Get a grip.
Don't get one guy. That wasn't one.
I'm fucking tired.
Listen, don't get one guy.
Literally
Listen, you're
tired.
loved.
Just
Hutch,
fucking
you're
really tired.
You're loved. You're a beloved member of our communities.
I didn't even get a chance to finish my point because you guys sidetracked it talking about some fucking other lady that had nothing to do with what I was
You're talking about Riz. You're talking about Riz.
He has a lot of
charisma. He
charisma.
didn't just win because of his charisma. Obviously, he won in no small part because he was running on bread and butter economic issues that were affecting like middle and low income earners. That's obviously a part of this story here.
Yeah,
He was
but
monofocused, wasn't he?
solutions
Just like a
are
fucking
dog
like
shite.
But I think, tell me what you guys think. I think he should play the high ground here. Like for any Democrats that are doing the Jill DeBrand stuff or whatever that stuff, like I think he should play the high ground because I feel like that would make them look worse. Because vote blue no matter who means like that means voting for a Democratic Socialist in New York, absolutely 100%. And so for Democrats, like establishment Democrats, to be lecturing Bernie people, which some of that was valid because some of those people exist, but for them to be lecturing about that and for these same people to turn around and then suggest that they might not endorse Zoran is, I mean, obviously unacceptable. But I feel like the way that you're going to win that in the public is just by like literally just playing the high ground and just let these people trip on their own feet. Because I do think they're wildly out of touch, obviously, with voters. The voters, I mean, it wasn't like an overwhelming victory, but it was very convincing. And
I totally agree.
Performed like crazy. So
I totally agree. He should be above it all. That's why you got attack dogs like me. I'm in the trenches.
He's
adding
actually in the
info.
Mamdani campaign.
I'm getting my hands dirty, so he doesn't need to. So that's my job. But I agree. He should be above it all. He should be, bridge building. He shouldn't do what Trump does, and he should have his attack dogs take it out.
Mamdani's been like a happy warrior during the campaign anyway. If you watch him in the debates, like he would hit Cuomo pretty hard, but he did it with a smile on his face and not like with like vicious insults. It was the most effective like demonstration of the happy warrior ethic that I've ever seen, because usually Democrats are pussies and maybe occasionally they'll just go overboard, but no, he did it with a smile on his face, and I think that's, if he chooses to address Senator Gillibrand at all, I agree. I think that's how he should do it, and I think that's how he will do it. He might be sarcastic a bit, but I don't think he's gonna like, take off the gloves.
Demsocs should absolutely enjoy this moment and celebrate, but I would also caution against making some like wild assumptions. Like I feel like there's an opportunity here to like spread progressivism and to have more progressive candidates all over the country. But it's not a done deal. First of all, he's got to win the race. And second of all, he's got to actually demonstrate competence in the role, because he's going to have so much national scrutiny. Like the right-wingers, the Fox News, they're going to try to use this guy to foment division within the party. It's already happening right now. We can already see it playing out right now. It's working. And so, I mean, just the level of scrutiny that this guy's going to have is going to eclipse any other mayor in the entire city, because Fox News and fucking Charlie Kirk, they're going to work overtime.
What?
Did the stream crash?
Did the stream crash? I don't think so.
It must just be my app messing up again.
Yeah, it's fine for Cosmic. Cosmic says it's fine for him. It's still up on my end. Maybe give it a little refresh.
Yeah, because it already shows like it shows like the VOD already.
It shows the VOD. Weird.
Yeah, it shows the VOD at like 3 hours and 35 minutes. Well, I'll just try restarting.
Let me refresh. No, still working for me. Session info shows 3 hours, 38 minutes.
I'm to try to, number one, label this guy like a straight up authoritarian communist. Number two, suggest that he now represents like the party leadership. And it's disappointing to see some of these Democratic politicians take that fucking bait and do what they're doing right now.
So to close the loop on this, though, Hutch, I am curious. Like, obviously, I know that you've made it clear that you'll support him rhetorically. You don't live in New York or anything else. Are you worried that the more moderate or centrist bloc of the party will not do as you've encouraged the progressive? Your position has always been that the more progressive voters, when push comes to shove, when the primary is determined, you shut the fuck up and get in line. Are you worried that the more centrist and moderate voters will not do as you've instructed? They need to shut the fuck up and get in line,
that'll be interesting, because like the theory from like a lot of lefties has been that if Bernie would have won the nomination in 2016 and 2020, that the party would have intentionally tanked him for Trump because they would have preferred Trump to Bernie. I'm sure all of us have heard this theory. I mean, this is going to test that right now. We're going to see. Like, I suspect probably most rank and file Democrats will get behind him.
And you agree they should shut the fuck up and get in line, regardless of how they feel.
Of course, absolutely, of course. And so my suspicion is that most of them probably will.
What
and
is this dialogue, bro?
Jesus. Hedge or maybe endorse Cuomo or Adams. Like, that's just really difficult to imagine. But like, I'm sure a few will. But I mean, what do you guys think? I feel like most Democrats are probably going to support him, right?
I mean, I hope so. I mean, I think that probably the ones that endorse, I'd imagine like the ones that endorse Cuomo in the primary might just stay quiet in the general, or maybe they'd go so far as to endorse him in the general election. I mean, I think that the issue that I mean, the real giant problem, and I just at a certain point, it's like you can't, people, it's like, oh, Cuomo wants a primary, literally anybody. Guys, endorsing Andrew Cuomo in a ranked choice primary is wild to do. Wild to do when you had half a dozen other good establishment Democrats you could have endorsed. You could have endorsed Myrie, Adrian Adams, Brad Lander. You said number one in this primary.
Cuomo was a fucking terrible choice.
It's such a cell phone. It's such a self-tell. You're absolutely right that given the opportunity, they chose to go for the old dinosaur who's a NIMBY, who has all this problematic baggage, who tried to push like Republican-style judges before. It's just such a disappointment, such a betrayal, frankly. But even, okay, accept it. It's a primary. People can endorse whatever. I don't really have a problem in the primary. Fine. I disagree with it, but everyone can endorse. I endorse. We all endorse. But after the primary, when the choices are between the Democratic nominee and the corrupt Mayor Adams, for all of these Democrats to be raising a stink, not all of them, but like some choice Democrats to be raising a stink like, I don't know if I could support Zoran. Where were you calling for the resignation of the corrupt mayor who's currently running for re-election? Where were you actually? And you seem to be more upset at Zoran Mamdani than at Donald Trump. You're putting all your effort into talking shit here, but you really aren't forceful. You're not on the streets for the No Kings protest. So these people suck, and they need to be kicked out of the party, or they need to be primaried.
Well, oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say,
yo, right Pisco, what the fuck happened to you,
It's a massive ideological divide. Like at the end of the day, these people genuinely believe that Zoran Mamdani and the policies that he has floated and the ideology that he subscribes to is bad governance. That's why they. I mean, I don't co-sign endorsing someone like Cuomo or Adams or whatever during a primary, but That's what this comes down to. And the best way to demonstrate, like, if you want to prove these people wrong, number one, get elected. Number two, prove that these programs actually do something.
Yes.
So he has that opportunity.
That's
we'll see what
true.
happens.
Yeah, but I you know, I'm with Joanna on this, and that's not just Torres. I think there, you know, Gillibrand. Obviously, there was a congresswoman that Pisco put on blast a couple of days ago. I'm worried that, like, for this coalition to work, like, you know, Hutch, I've always agreed that, you know, you hash it out in the primary and then push comes to shove, it is vote blue no matter who. But that's something that's always been directed at the progressive flank. Now that the situation is reversed, I think we have to be equally forceful in telling Torres and Gillibrand, like, your opinions on his policy are irrelevant. You shut the fuck up and back the team. This is where moderates have to fall in.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that Laura Gillen needs to endorse, but don't go out of your way to be like, oh, this fucking Muslim guy is fucked up, or if you're Gillibrand, be like, oh yeah, he said support jihad. Like, don't go out of your way. If you want to be quiet, we'll notice you being quiet. You should back the Democratic nominee. But if you're like this, whatever, and you just want to say, you know, shut up, okay, do your tactical thing. But don't come out with these fucking boohoo statements about, oh, the brown guy, oh, this guy, I don't agree with the fucking public stores. You are an embarrassment, and we should primary your ass. And yeah, if you're going to be, if we can't trust you to support the Democratic nominee for the mayoral election, what good are you in Congress? And it's constantly these fucking Jared Golden types, these, and even I'm disappointed with Tom Suozzi for endorsing Cuomo. I think Richie Torres did endorse Cuomo. So all of this stuff it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and that a lot of these Democrats just simply don't get it.
Well, again, these people like genuinely believe that democratic socialism is going to fucking destroy the country and make the party.
It doesn't
work.
matter. I mean, that's the thing. Like, progressives also have like objections about moderate policies as well being dangerous as well. Like, that's not an excuse. At the end of the day,
listen, I'm not defending. I'm just explaining. Like, why would we expect anything different from them? They legit think he's going to destroy the city and make the party.
That's
work.
not fair, because you expect something from you. You expect that progressives should fall in line too, regardless of their principled objections to more centrist policy. It's got to go both ways, and we have to demonstrate here as political commentators and others that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. When we tell progressives that they need to back Kamala Harris because she's the Democratic nominee, or Biden,
I endorsed Joe Biden.
Right? Then we have an obligation to turn to the centrist too and say that applies. Not 99% as much.
I think that's a reasonable position to an extent. And like,
I mean, listen, I agree.
And again, I would be a lot more concerned if I thought Mamdani had a chance to like actually pull off a lot of the policies
last
that
word
he
to
wanted to, but I don't think
SCOTUS
he will.
ruling, Newsom's lawsuit against Fox News, the big beautiful bill. We got a lot to talk about. So last word to you,
I was just
Conway.
going to say that people complain about online leftists who don't get in line, this and that. The reality is, progressives who actually get elected, you know, when you look at Bernie Sanders, AOC, these kind of types, they go out there and campaign for centrists, right? Like, they will go out there and they'll campaign for Joe Biden. Bernie Sanders was a very active surrogate for Hillary Clinton in 2016. He spoke at the convention under no uncertain terms. Guys, obviously, if you voted for me, I'm disappointed, but it is absolutely, unequivocally the right thing to do to get out and vote for Hillary Clinton.
And then he shits on him after the fact.
Well, no, but Hutch, that doesn't matter, okay? Everyone shits on Hillary Clinton after the fact, right?
No,
Everyone
he shit on Kamala
today.
today. He should. Did you see that? He shit on her.
We
today.
shit on Kamala all the time because she did run a, you know, it's like, yeah, it's probably worth criticizing, right? But he does, even though, and that's, it kind of goes back to my point, he does have these deep disagreements with Kamala and Hillary and Joe Biden, but he does go out there and campaign for them and urge people who voted for him and support him to support these centrist Democrats. And so, yeah, to Josiah's point, that my only addition to that is to say that progressive politicians have a pretty long history at this point of
he has
supporting
also
centrists in general election.
said some stuff recently that was pretty dumb, I think. But generally, yeah, he does get in line when it's time to vote in the general. What's up, Daniel? And what's up, Victoria?
Hey, what's going on?
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Just it was a kind of a lazy day.
Nice. We all
But
deserve a
from
lazy
people.
day from time to time.
Yeah, it was raining all day, and so slow day.
Yeah. I mean, Cosmic, I agree. I wish they would, but like, what are we gonna do? It'd be a lot easier to do it. We can't do it now. They're all like totally, they're all galvanized right now. I mean, happening. If he loses, Mamdani, if he loses in the general, then we can go back to that. But right now, they're feeling very galvanized.
Well, I think they're probably still going to feel galvanized even if he loses. They'll just be mad at Gal.
Where are you right now? Your mic sounds like shit.
Yeah, it's my tablet.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I agree, Cosmic. I think we definitely need to get rid of, like, the more extreme parts of the party. But right now, we probably can't. We're going to have to wait for a time that makes sense. I don't know. Victoria, did you read much into the Supreme Court ruling today?
I I got the kind of takeaways, but I have not read it yet. So I kind of
Okay.
withhold
Yeah.
comment until I actually read like the
That is
entire thing.
exactly why I asked you that question.
Yeah, like there's some points on both sides, but
Yeah.
like I said, I'd like to read it first before I comment.
Yeah.
further.
So there are some arguments, like Cosmic and I were talking about some arguments vis-a-vis the nationwide injunctions, but I'm a good ways into the dissenting opinion now, and I think it's pretty valid. But I haven't read the court's opinion yet, so I'm probably gonna read that over the weekend, and I believe I'm gonna have hopefully a discussion with my uncle as well this weekend and get his thoughts on it too, and come back on Monday with like a lot more notes.
Do you think by reading the dissent's opinion first, that might I mean, there's inherent bias, right? Like based on our preferences, our leanings, and all that stuff. But like, I'm just posing the question not as a.
No, I know. I mean, it's an
as
interesting.
a curiosity.
It was definitely
not as
sure. It was definitely a choice to go with the dissenting opinion first, but I was sort of I kind of wanted to blow off a little steam from it, so.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I get it.
But I also
when it comes to legal things, like I just do it kind of like my process, and that's a little bit different. It's not about right or wrong. It's just I try to not introduce additional bias that I may or may not even be conscious of.
Well, I think the reason why I went to the
it's hard
dissenting
because there's a lot of language puffery.
Right. I think one of the reasons I went into the dissenting opinion first is because I personally think, like they do, that this really was about something besides what they brought to the court, and that they purposefully did not bring the court the actual case that they were really trying to get through because they knew that it wouldn't stand.
And what case would that? What were they actually trying to accomplish?
They're trying to. So it was Donald Trump's. It was Donald Trump's executive order invalidating birthright citizenship. Yep. Yeah.
It doesn't invalid. Well, see words, devil's in the details a bit, but it doesn't. It just sometimes when that's stated like that, it sometimes sounds like it's all, but it actually applies only to some.
Yeah, well, of course, yeah, not all birthright citizens.
Again, I'm not making for or against arguments here.
No, it's specifically with respect to illegal aliens, I believe. There may be some more details there, but that's generally the gist of it, from what I understand.
I don't know, Daniel. You're 2 hours behind me, so you're probably more awake. You want to take a jab at that? Remind us.
What is this about?
What the executive order says, and in which cases automatic citizenship doesn't apply to natural. Just born on the soil.
Yeah, basically from what I read, the EO is basically from this point going forward, when the injunctions, the nationwide injunctions were nullified by the ruler, that it would affect for anyone, I guess, born from this time period or coming into, born from this time period.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't appear to be retroactive for anyone.
No, it's moving forward, and there's a 30-day notice. Essentially,
it is 30 days.
30 days later.
Yeah.
And then it went into effect, and then lawsuits, and then probably they were filed before that anyway. But
I'm pulling up the EO.
Yeah, read the EO first. Again, like I said, I don't read too much into how I'm phrasing it. Just read the EO first and see what the conditions that have changed, and it depends on what hat you're wearing. If you can just compartmentalize and put Trump aside.
Don't.
I know
it's not about Trump. Not about Trump. It's about all the precedent, all the law. And I've been taking a lot
No,
of notes.
I understand
Yeah.
that's the implications, right? That it may start a dangerous precedent. That's one concern, right?
Yeah, when that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and the father was not a United States citizen, lawful or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth, or when that person's mother's presence in the United States and the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary, such as but not limited to visiting the United States under the auspices of a visa waiver program or visiting on a student, work, or tourist visa, and the father was not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. So it does appear to specifically be aimed at illegal or undocumented immigrants.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's a little more fine-tuned there. It is saying that under the case, basically it says one of the parents needs to be either, a citizen themselves.
Yeah.
It preferences the mother first because in like the 14th Amendment in previous versions basically talks about if you're the biological child of the mother, provided that the mother isn't, under XYZ conditions or situations, which is basically allegiance. I'll just blanket term that to another country, which could be interpreted many ways, like dual citizenships. Diplomats are already
Diplomats
in
already
such category.
exempt. Yeah.
But there is kind of a question. I mean, because sometimes it makes it sound like, okay, well, your parents are just not documented at all, and so I mean, I think there's you gotta dig through the language there, because when they say jurisdiction, they're really talking like for me, it's more of a legal sense,
If we're talking about, that's my contention with this. That's the problem. Because if we look at case precedent, jurisdiction several times over has been reaffirmed to mean born on the soil, minus the particular exceptions that we've talked about.
minus some exceptions, right? Which is
Yeah.
any suspicion. Essentially, we can sum it up as any suspicion that you're that if you've signed an allegiance or an oath to another nation, and then two, if you're suspected essentially of basically if you're assessed as a threat in a way, by way of just allegiance to other countries.
So far in the dissent that I've read, does not cite any cases that say that specifically.
No, I know I'm using different language.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about it from a more of an intelligence, defense perspective.
Sure. Although,
not the Constitution.
Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to talk about adopting legislation that sort of specified that wouldn't necessarily be something I would on its face be against, right? We'd have to talk about the details.
Yeah.
But from just from the perspective of case law and precedent, it just seems to have reaffirmed many times that what's outlined specifically here, that the person's mother unlawfully present, or that the legal status of the parent necessarily is not.
Yeah, and he doesn't, and he's not going to take it under the condition that one parent, in the worst, in the scenario of only the mother has a temporary visa, for example,
right,
and the father is not a citizen at all,
right,
or doesn't have permanent residency, right?
So
it kind of whittles down to the change, because that stuff applied previously anyway, but
right.
The change needs to be if you have a temporary status or some kind of instrument visa, whatever that allows you.
Obviously a tourist visa, nobody's thinking you're going to be a
citizen.
But
people, it wasn't uncommon in the past, and I can't speak to statistics today that somebody comes in the country, they get temporary, and then they just never change that status, and then life goes on and nobody really cares about it.
Yeah.
Which is, I'm not making a commentary critique on that in itself. It's just a thing that does happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just seems, again, so far from what I've read from the dissent, and I haven't read the actual opinion of the court yet. So who knows what I'll think after I read the opinion and after I chat with my uncle as well. But it just seems so far from what I've read from the dissent, specifically with regards to the way this is worded and the specific precedent. As well as the wording of the 14th Amendment itself, it does. I mean, like, it seems to me like this is unconstitutional, but regardless, the ruling itself wasn't even about that, right? Because it seems like
it's about like the power of like
nationwide
essentially,
injunctions.
ostensibly a lower court, even though it might be federal.
It is federal.
To they're just arguing like who can issue a nationwide injunction.
And like there could be questions there, and that's
this is
fine.
A state versus Fed issue in my mind.
Right.
Classic.
But to me, like, it just seemed like the status quo was working, and there wasn't really a need for this, right? Because if a nationwide injunction was made, then you can go through that appeals process. And if it seemed like there was going to be irreparable harm, you can always appeal to the Supreme Court for an emergency ruling. And they did that several times. So it just seems to me
and
like...
that would happen sometimes, but for the majority of people that would, like, they're not making it to the Supreme Court. Their case probably won't make it to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, well, but for the majority of cases, you're not getting a nationwide injunction.
Yeah, we're looking for precedents in case law. I get it, but
yeah, like oftentimes you're only looking at like nationwide injunctions for like sweeping nationwide executive orders or things that take place nationwide, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so. It just didn't seem like a necessary step, and it's now adding undue burden onto potential plaintiffs. So I just don't, I don't like, right now, my position is I don't like it. Obviously that could change the more that I read. But so far, yeah, I'm not a fan. Yeah. But,
Yeah, I don't know what, like, I don't, yeah, I'll have to read it too, but
yeah,
like, I don't know what the underlying motivations are there, as far as like what, and he did it, like, he issued that like immediately, so.
Yeah, on day
I think that
one.
I think he had been saying the same things in his previous tenure, so.
Yeah, in day one.
And this is an issue that's come up before, as you know.
And it was also it was one of the points on Project 2025 as well. That they
yeah,
wanted to
but
go
like
for.
like I said, I mean, this has come up, like, I don't know, I'm just gonna throw this out and pull this out of my ass. Like, once a decade, this issue comes up.
In fact, 95, I believe, was one of the cases that I was taking notes on while reading the dissent. It was in 95, and I can
remember several times, like in like my lifetime, where this came to a national level. I don't remember all the details of the times it came to mainstream news, attention, which makes it a national matter, basically.
But I would, if it comes to like when they finally bring the actual EO up to the Supreme Court, which it seems like they're obviously going to end up doing, especially now with this ruling, right? I personally would be shocked if they uphold the EO, but. Well, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't be shocked because I'm a little shocked by this ruling, but I don't know. We'll see. The liberal.
Interesting. I won't have time to do this, but it'd be interesting. I'm gonna like these are kind of loosely related, like stateless and like Europe. Like there's other kind of things.
I was actually having this discussion with somebody in your least
and it's a
favorite
matter
streamers
of like
chat.
whose jurisdiction, who do you belong to?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. I was like,
my mom was a stateless person. Like, it's the same thing.
I was thinking
It's
like
very,
this.
It gets very tricky and complicated.
This could lead to like a crisis of like stateless people potentially, and like that's something that needs to be considered. And so I just
because the consequences of being stateless, many things, but one of them is not enjoying the privileges or rights of
being in any state. Yeah.
Territory.
Yeah. So I don't want to say I would be shocked because like I feel like now there's some wild rulings that I'm just kind of like, what? I don't understand that. This one's probably the one that, and again, caveat, who knows what'll happen when I read more, but this is probably the one that shocked me the most. I don't know. We'll see.
It was 119 pages, so something was said.
Yeah, for sure. It's a long one. And that's the full opinion, right? So I was,
yeah.
I'm going to start by reading, I'm starting by reading Sotomayor's dissent, which is the main dissent. And then I'm going to read Barrett's opinion, which was the court's opinion.
Yeah.
And then I'll have a chat with my uncle, who I'm sure will have some interesting things to say.
And your uncle, in legal fields, or?
Yeah, he's one of the lawyers who won the USAID case against Trump recently.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I'm sure he'll have some interesting stuff to say as
What,
well.
there's several.
The one about the frozen funds. Where they froze some $2 billion of funds that were meant to be paid out. And in his case, essentially they won and they had to pay those funds out.
Sounds like obligatory contractual matters.
Oh, absolutely.
It was done in pre-planning cycles.
Yeah, it was an open and shut case for sure, I think. But still really interesting. He's done. I'll have to at some point just get a whole list of the cases he's done in his career. But I know even when I was a kid, I knew that he had done cases before the Supreme Court before. So he's got a pretty good.
That's really badass.
Yeah, he's got a pretty long track record, for sure.
That's cool.
Yeah. And then my aunt.
Nice to have
100%.
People especially in your family that are
absolutely
lawyers and more specifically that kind of expertise.
Yeah, with them and the expertise of my parents as well.
It captures a more narrow window or narrow.
Yeah, I found out the other day. I didn't even know this. Apparently, my dad passed the LSAT, and he just didn't want to be a lawyer because he thought it would be boring.
Wait, he thought the LSAT? Wait, what?
He passed the LSAT, and then he decided he didn't want to be a lawyer because he thought it would be boring.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So, I've had conversations, I'll have more conversations with him about it as well. But, yeah.
I took the LSAT, too, but, my decision just came down to, what kind of law to practice, and then just, the trade, just money, really. Just, do I want to go into debt? And,
right. I did a couple little...
Especially for I want to go into maritime law, so that...
I did just for fun. I did some, practice test questions for the LSAT. It was really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did pretty good. But, obviously, that's not the same thing, but still cool. Well, let me see, actually. I wonder if I can find...
Well, that was 20 years ago. I know the LSAT's changed a little bit, but...
Oh, yeah, my dad, it was what, in the 70s or something? Let's see. Public citizen... I'm not going to say his name on the live, is an attorney at Public Citizen Litigation Group in Washington, D.C., where he litigates public interest cases at all levels of the federal state judiciaries, including the U.S. Supreme Court. His practice areas include constitutional law, civil rights, class actions, administrative law, and open government. He joined PCLG in 2004. From 2014 to 2016, he was full-time visiting professor at Georgetown Law and director of the Civil Rights Clinic at the Institute for Public Representation. He returned to PCLG in August of 2016. Before joining PCLG, he was a senior trial attorney with the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. DOJ, 1995 to 2004, where he litigated employment discrimination cases against state and local government employers and defended the constitutionality of federal affirmative action programs. Earlier in his career, 91 to 95, he was a staff attorney with the Farm Worker Division of Texas Rural Legal Aid, where he litigated employment and civil rights cases on behalf of migrant, transnational, and contingent workers, negotiated labor agreements for striking workers, and counseled farm worker unions and community organizations. Since 2007, he's served as an adjunct professor at Georgetown Law, teaching a course on ethics in public interest practice and mentoring students in the Public Interest Law Scholar program. He's also taught a seminar on public interest lawyering at GW Law. He's a recipient of the Peter M. Cicino Award for Outstanding Advocacy in the Public Interest and a 7-time recipient of the Department of Justice Special Achievement Award. He has been a Wasserstein Public Interest Fellow at Harvard Law School, the Law and Policy Mentor for the Jack Kent Cooke Foundation, and a Government Fellow for the ABA's section of Labor and Employment Law. He's a frequent speaker on civil rights, legal ethics, and public interest lawyering. He's a member of the bars of the District of Columbia and Texas, and is admitted to practice in numerous federal courts. He graduated from TCU and American University Law School.
Wait, so he doesn't, I don't know if that actually means this or not, but he doesn't practice in, like, he doesn't have, he didn't pass in Virginia. Well, it's not a pass-fail, it's just he doesn't have license to practice in Virginia or Maryland.
No. He works in D.C. in the federal system.
Right.
Yeah.
Which just means that he's not going to be, like, in Eastern District of Virginia.
No, he's not going to be doing stuff in
Because that's the other evil twins.
Yeah, no, I think his focus
That's
is...
what I'm asking. I'm like, interesting, because most lawyers around here, like, are just, like, kind of like doctors too. They usually just are licensed.
Yeah, so his state work was in
that's fine.
Texas, because that's where he's from. But his work now is definitely focused on federal government. Yeah. So yeah, it's my uncle. Super proud of him. He's a great resource to talk to. Nice guy. I don't know if this would be possible, obviously, because, he's obviously takes ethics very importantly, but if he would be interested, I would love to have him on the stream sometime, but I don't know if that'd be something he'd want to do. So, but it would be cool.
I mean, he's publicly known, so, I mean, I think if you pitched it to him a certain way, like, but you'd have to talk about, like, rules about, like, what you're going to talk about, like,
Yeah, I discuss with him ahead of time.
What's in and out of bounds, like, on a conversation. And, like, I don't know your uncle, so there's just a factor of, whether they're comfortable in general with that kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he's comfortable speaking
I don't see why
publicly.
he wouldn't be, but I don't know him, Like,
Yeah.
he also,
well, like, I spoke to
taking
my...
into
I asked
consideration
my...
his own personal thing.
Yeah, I asked my mom if she thought he would be comfortable, and she wasn't so sure. But then again, it's my mom, and she's extremely cautious with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And
she
so...
should be, and my belief would be that
makes
she
sense.
is.
Yeah. But I do know my mom did say at some point she does actually want to come on the stream, but it's probably going to be after she retires. So that would be really cool too, to have my mom on. Dad, on the other hand, he's been retired from the State Department for a while, so he doesn't give a shit. He'll come on, no problem. I mean, you've already spoken to him a number of times, so. But yeah, and then my aunt, who's my mother's sister, so my uncle is my uncle-in-law technically, right? He's married to my mother's sister.
Your dad's brother?
No, my mom's brother-in-law. Yeah. She does immigration law. I think she has her own firm. But yeah, she's really cool too, and I've had some really interesting conversations with her about everything, but she's definitely more about like the litigation rather than procedure. He's definitely more procedure and law focused.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But they are both great resources, and I love chatting with them. And they're just awesome people, too. Good family.
Yeah.
Right? Love them, because they're a great family. So.
Yeah,
And then my cousins are pretty smart cookies too.
That's awesome.
Yeah, got good family. Good family. I love my family. Now I'm getting a little sappy, so. Oh goodness. Oh. So how are you?
You should fly out to visit them. I assume they live in the NCR.
Yeah, I'd love to. And if I
fly and
do,
visit
would
them
you be
sometime.
down to like grab a drink or something?
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
My only rules, so just throw out the disclaimer now, is like I may not be able to commit at that time in the future, but I would like to.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we'll play it obviously by ear depending on like the work and stuff that you have. But if I'm gonna visit,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna visit for like a week or two, right?
Oh yeah,
'Cause
no,
I'll be-
definitely hit me up. Yeah, like I said.
because I'll be visiting mom and everything, and I'm sure she would, if you wanted to, she'd probably be down to meet you as well.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we can get together, get some drinks or something like that. You know,
Yeah.
like we'll see. You know, it's not a matter. I just want to be clear. It's like, don't be shy. I talk to everybody.
Yeah,
Not
of
always
course.
around though.
No, look, work is work, and I know you have important work, and like I get that, right? So if it works,
No, I appreciate you
awesome.
respecting the time. I feel bad. I'm like just projecting my own shame. I'm like, I
No,
need to
you're
call
fine. Again,
people,
remember-
visit people. It's not. Well, wait, what?
remember who my parents are. I have dealt with shifting schedules my whole life. I get it. You know, like you never know
Oh,
when
I just
something's
meant
gonna
like
come up.
reflecting on like calling friends or like the few little family I have left, and like
For sure.
keeping up with the
No, look,
conversation.
all this to say, no pressure. If you're able to come, awesome. If you're busy, you're busy.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what
just
it
let me
is.
know. That would be fun. That would be good.
I know Mom has been dying for me to go and visit because like I haven't been able to visit actually since like COVID. Essentially, it's been a while since I've been able to go out there. But I would, I'd love to because I love DC. Lovely city.
Yeah.
Ooh, maybe I'll catch like Kennedy Center or something while I'm there.
Yeah. You need to come out to Udvar Hazy too.
To where?
Udvar Hazy Airspace.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's out here by Dulles. It's out here.
Awesome. Yeah, that's the museum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been there once.
I'm not gonna spoil what's there because
I've been there before actually.
Yeah.
So I've
I
been
haven't
there
been there in a
once.
while though. I haven't been in.
Yeah,
haven't
I
been
don't
in,
know
like,
what's
10
there
years.
at
Like
the
I drive
exhibits
around
now.
it all the time, but I haven't been in there
But
in a while. But
when I was there, and I'm sure they still have this because they're not really going anywhere. My favorite plane in the world since I was a child is there.
The Zero.
Which is the Blackbird.
Oh, the Blackbird.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. Nice
Yeah.
pick.
Yeah.
Not a bad pick.
Not at all. And then I think they had the Enterprise there, and then they switched it out with what? Endeavor, maybe?
I don't. Yeah, I'm a little bit. My memory's a little hazy.
Here's a fun little tidbit. When I lived in Russia, they had the Buran on display at Luna Park, and you
Oh,
could
wow,
go
that's
inside of it. And so I got to go inside of the Buran.
That's awesome.
Yeah, which now it was destroyed in a fire, right? Because Russia.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, shit happens.
Yeah. But that's a cool memory.
We've had our blunders, and we all have our blunders.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's an awesome experience, though.
Yeah, that's one that I'm glad that I got to have as a kid.
Yeah.
And I've always been such a space nerd.
It's gone now.
Yep, it is indeed. Same. The one bummer for me is I never got to see the AN-225 before it burned. Got bombed in Ukraine essentially. But I guess they're gonna take, because there was always two. There was one that was functional and then one that was never completed. I guess they say they're gonna try to complete the second one, so hopefully I'll get a chance.
Are we talking? I'm sorry. Like I'm not always
Sure.
in sync with the latest. You said 225.
The Antonov 225, the AN 225.
Okay. All right.
The
Sorry,
large.
just my mind is like, I don't, it's not matching.
Here, I
cannot-
got you. I got
404,
you.
not
I'll send
found.
you. I'll send you a picture.
Oh, if you could just tell me, just describe.
Yeah, largest plane in the world. Six total engines. Massive cargo plane.
Okay.
A big fucker, basically.
Yeah, like a Globemaster kind of deal.
Yeah, but like.
But larger.
Bigger, yeah.
Much bigger. So, anyways, we had 2 of those out there, and what now?
So there was.
Or 2 of them were in Ukraine.
Yeah, there was always one that was operational, and then there was a second one they were building but never completed, and then the operational one got destroyed from Russian bombing, and and now they've said once the war is over, they want to complete the second one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, cryptic. Literally putting in chat exactly what I was saying. I love feeling validated with my knowledge of facts. The only completed AN-225 was destroyed in the Battle of Antonov Airport in 2022 during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky announced plans to complete the second AN-225 to replace the destroyed craft. Oh, let's see. Did they actually start the construction yet? I don't think so. They probably can't. They're a little busy right now. Yeah, the Antonov AN-225 Mrya, meaning dream in Ukrainian. Beautiful plane. And then the
Yeah, I'll look at it when I unlock my phone. I'm just kind of relaxing right now.
Yeah, of course. And then the AN.
But I'll check it out. Yeah, because I'm like
And then they had another very famous one, which is the world's second heaviest cargo plane, is the AN-124, which looks a lot like the AN-225, but only 4 engines, and obviously
I don't know why I'm blanking on this. It's probably just the plane I'm picturing in my mind, and I'm like, duh.
Yeah, it's got the downward, the wings that are angled a little downwards that come from the top of the plane.
Yeah, let me look at this so I can verify I'm not totally fucking dumb.
She's a beauty, this bird.
I just need to see a picture. I'll be like, oh, this one.
Yeah.
Because I'm just having a moment of brain.
I'm sure you've seen it before, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just blanking on it for some reason. I'm old.
Almost looks like a big albatross or pelican to me in a way.
Yeah. Wait, where did you post this?
Oh, here, let me send it to you. Hang on. I'll just send you
I'm on a little 4x2 screen.
Yeah, I got you. I'll just send you a Google search link.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, anything will do.
Jesus Christ. Look at the size of that link.
Oh my god. Anything will do, and you send me this sketch shit, I'll search it, I guess. That's fine. Oh, yeah, that was ridiculous. Just send me a link, bro. I get that.
Ukraine estimates it'll cost $500 million.
Okay, I see. Duh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was. Okay. Yeah, my brain's just like, hey, what?
Beautiful.
A 225. I don't know.
Plane.
That could be anything you're talking about.
I wonder how it sizes up next to the spruce.
Is this the same? Hold on, let me just before I blurt something out stupidly.
Wow, the Spruce Goose actually had a wider wingspan. That's interesting. That's probably my favorite Scorsese movie, by the way, The Aviator. Let's see. So the AN-225 has a wingspan of 88.4 meters. Spruce Goose had a wingspan of 97.5 meters. That was quite the feat of engineering by Howard Hughes. Oh yeah, Crypt. I mean, it was the largest. It's the largest plane in the world. It could carry a lot. It's heavy cargo. Heavy cargo. Let's see the largest wingspan. Oh wow, The Stratolaunch carrier aircraft actually had a wider wingspan, though, the 117 meters. That's like the successor to the White Knight, I believe, right? Strato carrier aircraft. Or Stratolaunch aircraft. Yeah. Scaled composites, yeah. That's Burt Rutan. Surpassing the Spruce Goose wingspan. Yep, longest wingspan ever flown. She's a big, big mama. 2 fuselages. Right, it was for... Yep. For Spaceship 2, was it? Air launch to orbit. Or did they only use it for like larger things? Oh yeah, here's Scaled Composites. Configuration is similar to Scaled Composites White Knight 2, but like way bigger. Yeah, I guess White Knight 2 was probably for Spaceship 2. And then this was like for rockets and stuff. Based on the successful mothership to Spaceship 1, the White Knight, yep, which itself was based on Proteus. Yep, and it was for Spaceship 2 launches. Which, those have kind of stopped since the crash of the VSS Enterprise. Sad day. Unintended feathering. Yeah, that's a crazy video, by the way. You all haven't seen it. It shows exactly when it starts to spin out and during the flight, the feather manually unlocks, spins out of control, and disintegrates. There it goes. That's so sad. Yeah, here it is. I've seen videos that actually show some of the breakup as... Oof. Yeah. Sad times. I mean, space travel is a doozy. Ain't easy. Anyway, I think it's time to close us on up for the night, guys. Been a fun stream. We're gonna say goodbye to YouTube first so we can play our sign-off music. Goodbye, YouTube. We love you. Come over to Kick if you want to listen to our sign-off song. Bye.